We'll have roll call.
Carter Ross. Rosebud Eagleton.
Oh.
Lisa Whitehead. Steve Ray.
Here.
Stanley Whitman. Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson. Here. Michael Lunderman. Fremont Balance.
No.
Sunil Blackburn. Bill Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw. Martha Bluethunder. Sherry Wright Plank. Norman Running Sr.
Oh.
Pamela Kilsenwater. Raymond Croegal.
Here.
Dara Hyatt. Here. Donald Holloway Bear. Lex Ponachel.
Oh.
Here.
You have a forum, Fremont, communication?
No, congratulations, what can I go? But yeah, big boss. Must be at that guy. No Jim Maca, Lamb particular, Ushing, I go to Kashila. No lamb particular, Obenitio Ki articulate from Kashila. Diane Walker and then a war was a wash day when each la pelot from Kashila, Echelopisia, Fogata, Casichango, when you take away. Dagger Shita keep from Tim's head, Diane Ian from keep a lot from Kashila. Now, Kelly, better be, I think Kelly, better be from Kashila, walk in, and we chose on the wash day, we chat forward from Kashila, and now lay up better Kelana. Oh, she church each other, oh, Mitaki, I say.
You have any request to give speak today? Really?
Yeah. Council, I'd like to have you excuse me from yesterday. We're getting some plumbing work done on my house. It's still not done with it. And I would like to leave sometime today whenever I get a call from the plumbers. So if you could excuse me for yesterday, would be good. Thank you.
I got to go at 2 o'clock today at the hospital.
For yesterday, my appointment was on Pine Ridge and I didn't get back till a little late. I'm having issues with my plumbing as well. And just like Willie, I'm waiting for a call. So just let you know.
Good morning.
I'm requesting to be excused at 1 o'clock. I need to go to the ER. And also I'm requesting to be excused tomorrow. I need to be in Rapid City tomorrow for medical. Thank you.
Hey. Any problem? Mike's gonna be late, Wayne's gonna be late, Sarah's gonna be late, Elisa's gonna be late, and then Donna's gonna be late. So, yeah. And got it done, so. Okay. Need a motion for who the accusers. Steve, Fremont, and Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay, we left off, today was designated for article planning discussion. I had Jim come back down there. If there's any more questions on his office, budgeting process, he decided it was approved to federal, state and others, so, he's gonna go ahead and fund his office out of the unbudgeted 5 million. Is that correct?
Good morning, Council. Finance have an issue with that 284 because of the continuing resolution and the one
About spending?
yeah.
I guess I don't understand you.
Well, that's what Diana is telling us, that it's not the same, Hartford gotta be separate, what she's telling us. So we tried to, we got it in the system as one fault up to 6 months, 5 months, 6 months, but it's not being.
What number is that? What do we? And I think we were gonna talk a little bit about the security today too, as far as the security, what we're gonna do with the security. We're gonna still fund them. Are we gonna not fund them? Are we gonna, what we're gonna do, if we don't fund them, what we're gonna do with the vehicles that they're using? And so, then we'll talk a little bit about, the housing plan, as far as what you guys might want to see as priority, if you want to rent them, rent to own, finance them. Would you like to see the housing that are gonna be built? Reported last week that the first 5 are gonna be sent over to St. Francis Union School, and then 105 leasing is gonna be applied to them. And then 5 of them are gonna be sent to, corrections or law enforcement, so we're going to use, the same thing, we'll apply that 105 leasing to them. So what do you suggest we do? Like I said last time, I said I don't know how to present your budget because I didn't know if it was you need to get it done by resolution, year by year, or you guys, or how you wanted me to do that.
I would suggest a new resolution. If you look at the old resolution that says will be revisited later or something like that. 189.
That one,
Look at the language in there, so that's gonna be revisited later. Or
so 189 here has just a resolution that says basically that it's funded for 1.4 million and the budget for the ARP office will be determined at a later date. That was funding that you got for that CARES office the year before. So also, what do you want to do? I guess we can't use the approval on the state, federal, and other.
Good morning, Council Administration. Yeah, Chairman, I spoke with Diana yesterday, and that's what she advised was that we can't put this ARPA money under, federal, state, and other. And then this budget was only for 1 year, and, she was saying we needed a new resolution to approve their budget for another year. But, going back to before I left that day, I know that we had discussions on their budget. I know the council wanted to see their actual black and white line item, what they had in their budget, and I don't know if you guys got that.
I think it was already that one that you handed out.
if you look at that report, I got this report dated today. If you look at the ARP office, that's the actual expenditure.
Okay. But, I know that there was discussion on salaries and, a little more detail on, like you said, like the security, what was their plan and how they were going to utilize them. I think all that was be a discussion, but I don't know. Like I said, I left there, at least I never got to be here.
We have, Eric developed another resolution based on 2021-189. He basically says that we are approving another budget for the same amount this year for ARPA. You want me to make another copy of that for council? We gave it a number, then we didn't vote on it, so it never came up as emergency legislation or anything, so. But that's how I thought it's supposed to go through the council with a resolution approving the budget. And then the discussion was, well, no, we don't have to approve it because it was federal, state, and other, it was approved under there, but now we're finding out that we can't keep that funding that off of our big federal other budget, so. So I'll have, the secretary make some copies of that resolution. And then we'll go on to the discussion of, security. I know there's, how many security up there, you know, how much security do we have up there? Do you know anything about that?
Last I heard it was 16, and not 12, probably, I don't remember.
15?
15.
15 of them? How many? 16 security. I think they're all probably getting about $20 an hour.
Yeah.
I think they were getting that, so I actually haven't even seen a budget for the security officer, so I don't know if it's supposed to take care of that, or if it's our office that's supposed to take care of the security budget.
I think they put it in the system that they're putting them on.
The new resolution was that 2339?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but we gave that number to another document after that, so that one, it never got brought up as an emergency, so we took that number back. We'll give it another one. If you guys wish to bring it back up. Any discussion on the security? Russell?
Right, you know,
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I know you're taking care of the financial aspect of security. You know, this is a big decision. I would like to see all the players in here, you know, whoever's in charge. You know, and I think we need to have the opportunity prior to acting on resolutions so that we're all on the same page.
I think Bob, I was gonna call Bob in this morning, and he called me back early this morning, said he wasn't feeling good, so he was gonna stay home today, so, right now, he's thinking that's providing security, so, Steve?
Good morning, Township Administration. As far as security goes, I hate to see somebody lose their livelihood, especially this time of year. The other thing is we have these other programs going, you know, like home renovations and things like that. Is there any way we could move security into some of those positions? And if they're not trained in that area, to get them some training or on-the-job training, even working with more skilled lead men or women, and getting that type of training, and that way they won't lose their livelihood. And that would be just one suggestion. The other thing is you touched on ARPA. I mean the trailers. And that's an awful lot of trailers, and the total expense for all them trailers, I don't know what it is. You have any idea right off the top of your head, Jim?
We haven't, other than the first.
We haven't been maintaining them. Skylar was taking care of them. I think she had someone hired that was going out and fixing.
Well, I know what I'm asking is the total cost for all the trailers, even the tiny homes. What, do you have any idea right off the top of your head?
It was a resolution passed for the trailer.
How many million was that a year? You remember?
The trailer themselves was like 2.2. Yeah.
2.2? Yeah. Like that. Yeah. I know there's a big need for housing out there. We all know that. And, but we've been in the business of just giving things away. And a lot of times, as we all know, Let's take, for example, the super hunters and transitionals, maybe even some of the used trailers that were given away over the years, FEMA trailers, walking shield houses. What happens at times is individuals will get these and then they'll turn around and sell them. And we all know that's happened in the past. We've all seen that and experienced it. I'd like to see something that would generate income. As of right now, SWA has all these rules and regulations in place. And a lot of people don't qualify for that housing from because of the rules and regulations. And for example, once they're evicted from the residence, a lot of them can't get back into any SWA home. And so in the long term, I've looked at the possibility of starting another housing, but that would be strictly Rosebud Sioux Tribe, under the umbrella of Rosebud Sioux Tribe, making rules and regulations less stringent than SWA's, so we can get some of these people back into homes. It'll serve that purpose, plus we can generate income off of that, where we can use that income generated off that to maintain these homes. So it serves two purposes. So that would be also something to consider. Thank you.
Sure. I shared with me yesterday, and she's been really working hard on a kind of a plan that she wanted to present to council, and it got in there: home ownership, rent to own, or buy them straight out, different types of things. You got plans for 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, a 1 bedroom, and that kind of stuff. So I told her she should bring it up today when we talked about housing. So hopefully when she comes in, we can have that discussion again. Jordan, and
Good morning. I guess my only issue with the budget was we discussed the last time was that we cut everybody's budgets by 15%. So is that feasible in this?
Yes, it is. The other issue here is that, 15% out of that whole budget, like over
200,000.
And I don't think that's really that big of an issue. We have to cut back on
Certain things.
Yeah, and the other issue being, this office has to be there
I know.
till the end.
That's what I'm worried about with we're depleting that 5.7 that we have and then trying to continue, because I know for sure in the long term, not only this year, but we're gonna need you guys at least another year after this, if we spend this money to get through the audits and things like that. So that we're looking at two full years with you guys, right? Still, at least.
Yeah.
So, and that's, your budget's at 1.4, so that's 2.8 million out of the 5.7 that's left.
We figured,
If we cut security, that's like 2.3 also.
And I understand that with our contracts with our security guys are all contract workers, but it's I'm torn because I don't want them to be without a job. So I'm kind of like with Steve, can we put them somewhere else? Try to figure out other placements for them, they're on a contract, right? They're
employees.
we did have one
contract with
security, we did have one request that
Permanent?
Yes.
over to construction, and that's good. And so I don't know how many they can allow for construction, but the office consists of, see, 1, 2, I think they have about four or five for the actual construction office, right? Are they supposed to?
Yeah.
They have inspectors, they got the gym leader charge is the man in charge, and then they had Brian compliance, and then they had 2 inspectors and an office worker. So they might have 5 or 6 of them. But the other ones would have to come under some type of contracting, and they'd have to get their own business license or come under another contractor.
I thought that's what they were this whole time. I didn't think that they would be considered permanent employees because of the money wasn't always going to be there.
They're grant employees.
Through our level, right?
Yeah, lots of money is coming.
But they know that? I mean, they know
Yes.
that?
Yes, they're grant employees, but they are employees, they're not contract.
That's why we're saying that they were saying that you have to do something with them, you either can riff them or furlough them, so there's more money. But if we riff them, then we have to be able to try to help them find another job. We don't have to get them a job, but we have to at least consider letting them get a different job. We have to pay them a severance, right?
Yeah.
That rules set.
Severance and, their annual hours.
Well, those are the things, Vanessa and Russell.
Good morning, colleagues and admin. I would like to see the security guard replaced somewhere if they don't have the money for it, because, you know, you're messing with their livelihood and they have bills just like everybody else and families to take care of. And the other thing with the trailers, I have a resolution there that Grass Mountain wants to keep their trailer for the year. And I don't know when to bring that resolution up to the floor. I don't know if any other communities want to keep theirs. And that's what I'd like to see, and then maybe this resolution passed for the ARPA for the next whatever years we want to keep them. But I think, in my opinion.
Russell?
Yeah, let me throw out my 2 cents. You know, those trailers are earmarked for the community use. Security has been, or I'm assuming, they've been taking care of the security of those trailers right now. I think that's the only.
That's the main purpose of having one to, but they in detail to other things too, as far as needed, but their main purpose was to watch over those trailers.
So my thing is, you know, I'm looking at down the road. I think, this whole, COVID business is going to be taken off the table in May. And at that point, by then, I'm hoping that our communities are responsible enough to take care of their own structures. Vandalism, whatever, or even placing somebody into those homes. Ours has been safe so far, knock on wood. And I would, you know, go up until that time when fire pulled that thing off the table, you know, the whole COVID business. And then, that's why we wanted to have these meetings, so we can establish a process or procedure to how do we, I'm all hoping for some discussion, you know, that how we can come up with a plan. You know, I'm speaking for Blackfoot, and come May, you know, we're willing to take it over and be responsible. If we choose to rent it out to someone, that'll be our thing. And it'll be our income. You know, we're barely struggling with income from the casino to keep our community up and running. And this would be an added income. And we have to find responsible people to take care of these, you know, take care of the trailers. So a lot of, so I was hoping that we have the discussions and establish our own criteria here. You know, we should look at, you know, I'm hearing that housing has a 16 application. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's probably lengthy. So, but we need to establish our own here. How we're going to regulate the trailers. Security, as far as it goes, you know, come May, maybe we should release it. Because we will be responsible. Right now, we're pushing it off on them. And look at how many of these trailers throughout this community are vandalized or things going and taken away, you know, we don't know that. I was hoping that we'd have a discussion here on that and develop a plan of action and then move forward. Well, that's my 2 cents today.
I agree, that's probably what we should do, is we probably should make consider maybe funding until up to May or June, and then, revisit their budget or something, and that's a possibility. Jordan?
Thank you. Jim, how many employees does our office have, and then the tracers and security, do you know?
Our office has 8, security, last I knew was 16, and Tracer, I have no clue, because Skylar took them all underneath her funding source, not through there.
Okay. Thank you.
She reported that, those numbers are going up again, so, you know, just, they kind of fluctuate, they go down for a while, and then all of a sudden they come up again, so it's kind of fluctuating there, so she said she probably needs those trailers to be available for those type of things still. Jordan and Martha,
I guess just to follow up with, Russell, like our trailer has been broken into, so like that's where my issue was coming from. And then I know like, Farm Ways is boarded up, and I know SS got broken into. So I guess like that's where my conversation was going with the security guards, because if they're really out, then why were they getting broken into? You know, they got the washer fully out of ours, but they didn't get it down the ramp. So
they took it out the window. They took that washing machine out the window.
yeah, and then like, so basically, in order to just the washer and stuff is all in there, everything else is inside of our building, and probably get people that need to utilize it. But I mean, I guess I agree with you. If that's what we need to do, is keep them on and then kind of let them know like this date's going to be coming, and we may or may not fund you to continue on, and then we can try to figure out their future from then.
Martha and Sarah.
Morning, college administration. 2 questions, Jim. Are the tracers actually working?
I have, Skylar would know on the tracers.
Okay. Because there's an elderly in St. Francis, he keeps calling me, he called me this morning again. Him and his wife were diagnosed with COVID, and no one ever went out to check on them. No one. So he keeps calling me, asking when the tracers, or if they have anybody to come check on him. But now he said he's over it, and he just, was just kind of upset about it. The second thing is the electricity. Are they on the trailers?
I think that each community, whenever we came to it, we had to do the purchase order. Whatever money was available, we tried to cover it with the cherry pot appeal, the cherry pot for those trailers. But some of the communities didn't have any fund. So those ones, I'm thinking the community is picking that up, a lot of revenue. I don't know that, but
Ours have been, I think it went off. I don't know. I haven't checked it lately, but I think ours needs to be checked and make sure the water, because when the electricity goes off, that means everything is cold. And I'm thinking that the water lines are broke right now because of the cold weather. Thank you.
Dara and Pam. And Vanessa.
I just have a question. Well, with security, that's a lot of people, true, and that's a livelihood. I don't see actual purpose anywhere. So, like you said, we just see them cruising. So, $20 an hour to cruise the red, we kick ass. So, as for the one in Swift Bear, ARPA didn't finish a house, so we have a family that's placed there, in ours. And so, whenever that discussion can come up, it's going to be touchy, because there's communities that, if we took that trailer away, then that family can be homeless. So, we have to think about things like that. We already know that how techy things are. But, I think that we have to be together to get this, ARPA committee funded, that's 820,000 with the security that, we could keep, putting them into other positions. We have a job announcement list that's pretty extensive. So, maybe we can put them into other places, but, as far as their purpose, we probably have to be shown that. I don't see them having that.
Where'd you get that figure at? 320,000, that's that security budget?
Yeah, it's like $20 an hour, he said, and then I just took
Oh,
it.
you just figured that out yourself?
Yeah, 41,000 a year times all of that, or maybe.
Vanessa, well, pass the county department, that.
Yeah, Chairman, I guess I need to clarify, the trailer will put under health administration, and Skyla is the one that pays for whatever inside of it, and none of that is under the ARPA budget. Same thing with, the tracers, those ones are under Skyla. She's got funding for them. So they're not part of this ARPA budget. I just wanted to let everybody know that, because the trailers and the tracers keep coming up. But I'm gonna reiterate that those both are under health administration. And I do know that there was some discussion the last time we talked at council last week about, Skyla possibly turning those back over to the tribe, because like I said, that MOA or MOU, whatever it was that she had for clinics outside of these communities, the new CEO of IHS didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do those virtual or whatever you call them, telehealth out to the communities and the trailer houses. So the purpose with that was IHS under that MOA and stuff, they were going to be paying the monthly lights and internet service on them trailer houses. But because this new CEO comes along and she doesn't want to have those clinics out there, she don't want to utilize that money, Skyla's kind of at the point of, well, this is well within that, so that she doesn't have to take care of them out of their budget.
So I would like to bring up my regulations and hearing all of you to, as a community, to take our trailers so we can be responsible for it, if someone's gonna pay it. And the other thing is,
It's gonna displace the family. Maybe there's a baby in there.
but then it's gonna go back to your community, Garrett.
Yeah, and they might not,
And then you can do whatever
that.
you want with it.
Whatever, do all they.
Let's talk about it on the communities. We'll talk about that, okay?
I have a resolution
Yeah.
already.
Let's do a community story. Debate basketball like that. Okay, any more discussion? I put that resolution, because it's 23, it's approving the office budget, but the amendment was a 15% cut to that budget that's proposed. I can get somebody to bring it on as emergency legislation.
So do we need to add those whereas in here and well, for the 15%? One would be 15% cut. The other one would be, do we need to mention in here that we will revisit in May?
This one's just for the ARPA office. The security and stuff not included in your budget, is it? Is that? No, this is just for the ARPA office resolution.
Well, I guess I have questions on that because, a lot of people, because of our last meeting, whatever was aired, whatever was sent out, sorry, whatever was sent out, there's a lot of discussion on how ARPA office in South is only, I mean, is the only office that's using 1.4 million for salaries. And if there's only, Jim said 8, those are pretty hefty wages that are sitting inside of there. So I guess my thinking is I would like to know what their wages are individually.
Not 1.4.
Just to kind of add on to what, my colleague is addressing, there, so the Tracer's budget is like 1.44 total.
The Tracers aren't in,
Or not the Tracers, the security, sorry, 1.44, and that's 16, right? 16 employees, 1.44, 1,441,600. And then the ARPA office staff is at 1.433, 166. And that's 8. That's 8 staff. So I guess like, to me, that's, I don't know, it's just kind of fishy when we're talking about how much money we have left, right? And it's not gonna go very far. So do we really need to like be looking at why is that costing so much compared to having 16 staff and having 8 staff? Or what is it then? If it's not all in salaries, then what's the difference?
Security, travel employees, 1,133,4494.
I'm talking about your budgets.
It's for the ARPA office, the employees are 724,688.62. It's not the total budget for the employees.
I'm talking about the total budget still. So the ARPA security on here at the bottom, total budget is 1,441,600.
Right.
Your guys, what you're coming here asking for is 1,433,166, right?
Which, that's 15%, would be 1.2.
Yeah, so I'm asking like, what's the biggest difference? Because why are they so, like, they're so similar in the amounts of how much we're talking about money? Like, they're not very far off. How we cut them by 15%?
So the security, it's almost 500,000 more in tribal employees than the ARPA. Just look at the line item.
So even at 724,682 with 8 people, that's still 90,000 each. Very hefty.
Or if we're gonna deal with personnel issues, I guess I need to find out.
It's not a personnel issue, sir. I'm just trying to calculate.
We're talking about employees. So am I enhancing, I guess, do I need to have?
Talking about budget, sir.
It's, can I get somebody to bring it on so we can discuss it, or are we gonna go through with the resolution? I mean, will you move us to bring it on as legislation?
Maybe too, legislation, 2339.
It's gonna be different, if we give that number, it's gonna be 40. Any second, Vanessa, question from,
Yeah, 140.
behind the question.
Question. This is to bring it on to discuss and we can vote whichever way you want, but we should have a discussion on this.
I don't know why we're in such a hurry to, I mean, I understand that I don't know why we're in a hurry and why can't we just have discussion? I mean, just
We're not in a hurry, we're just bringing it on.
Well, let's just talk, I mean, we're
That's
trying
why-
to talk, but.
That's
you
why I
want
asked,
to
I
bring
said,
it up.
I don't know how to bring this budget on, because it's supposed to go through budget and finance, or the ARPA office committee, or the committee, and they're supposed to bring it on their reports. But it hasn't got there, so I'm giving this resolution saying, hey, get our budget, present our budget for us. I don't have a budget for them until they brought it in. And I don't want people fighting with me, thinking I'm trying to sneak something by you guys. I don't want that to happen either. So I'm trying to do it the right way.
But there is no committee, the council is the committee, because remember, they passed a motion that they take
Then you
that.
should have had some recommendations when you came here. You should have a recommendation.
The council's the one that makes that decision, there's no more committee, there's a motion that was made.
Finance.
No,
Budget finance, because I know you guys did.
Nicole,
You guys should have made some recommendations then.
we can't, because the ARPA committee that used to be in place under budget and finance is no longer there. The council made a motion and it passed that. The council is the one that's going to make the decision for ARPA, even the budget. So that's why I'm saying.
Then why would you brought up in budget finance then?
Because we can't, council never shows up to our budget and finance
Oh, you
meeting.
did bring it up in budget finance, that's what I'm saying.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you did, because I got word back that you guys discussed this budget. And salaries.
There was a little discussion on that, but we never went into details because we all know that we can't do it because it's now all council, it's not budget and finance somewhere. But the thing about this is it seems as though everyone, and we're not getting questioned because people are having a problem with that 1.2. So
They're having a problem with the salary that they're getting.
Yeah,
Might as well just come out and say it.
yeah, so people are having a problem with that, so we can't get a question. But if we question it, we're not gonna vote on this, we're gonna have discussion. And this discussion is, if we don't like what we're seeing, then we discuss it. Otherwise, we can't discuss it because we didn't have any question. Okay, now we can, I'll read this in and then we'll.
Vote on
have
it.
discussion.
All in favor?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Not voting.
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second by Vanessa. Go ahead and read it into the record.
6. Seven whereas. No, I'm gonna go 8. We're gonna have a discussion. Whereas funding for operation of the ARP office will be at last year's budget for the CARES office of $1,433,166 and a budget for the ARP office shall continue at a present amount of $1,433,166.18 for FY23, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council exercises its constitutional authority and formally established and continues to fund the Rst Art office for the FY23 at the present budget amount of $1,433,166.18. Can I say something?
You got it. Yeah, that's all. Hand up before you read it, so we have that. Wait, Russell.
Yeah, I think we need to calm down and have this serious discussion. This is, we're talking millions of dollars. And when we go and we look at the budget, I know maybe to some of you, employees is the issue. Some of us, you know, we go through the expenditures. I have questions about the expenditures. You know, when you get into, I can't hardly read this stuff anymore because it's too small. but there's vehicle maintenance, there's vehicle equipment, purchases, other travel expenses, we need to go through that. When you get a budget, you're supposed to look at it, and I know there's a call for 15% reduction in everything. My main concern is, roll-offs. You know, we're really fortunate that, CARES or, our office is paying for roll-offs. And it helps our communities, you know, those kind of things, we need to have discussion. And if salaries is a big issue, let's have a discussion on it. And instead of, you know, acting out, I guess, we need to go over the budget step by step, because, you know, when I'm just looking at example in community giving roll off, it's been a blessing because, you know, the storm really set us back in terms of practice. And when we get a roll off out there, at least we can haul our track to that roll off. And, you know, it'll probably take more in the bigger communities, but I'm thankful for getting a roll off in Blacklight, so I can take care of my trash and sometimes concrete trash. I'm just kidding. But I think, you know, we should have some serious discussion. You know, sometimes we took a part for important, and, you know, it's going to affect us here in the next couple of years. And so we should have some good dialogue going on instead of the tone we're setting for ourselves. So I'm just cautioning our sergeant at arms should be upfront with that too. I'm pretty sure he thinks like I do.
I agree with you, Russell. We need to go through the line item, but we need to have the resolutions that are actually going to approve it. So after we get done going through the line items, we can either vote this up or down, or make adjustments to what's on the resolution. So that's how I see the process going. But I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse. I'm just saying that they asked me to present this today, and I don't want anybody thinking I'm trying to slide something through. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to make it to where it's a fair discussion for our employees. Some of the stuff that we talk about employees, we shouldn't be talking about. And that's why it makes Jim uncomfortable, and he gets upset too, because when I start talking about wages, that's an employee personnel thing. So if we're thinking about cutting their wages, we need to give them reasoning why. We can't just do it. So this would be upfront with you guys. That's what's going on. So, Jordan and Pam.
Yeah. I guess I wasn't referring to just the tribal employees and the personnel issues. I was looking at the budgets as a whole, and where I'm thinking is because if we have that dollar amount, and like we said, we're probably going to need you at least for 3 years. So that can go 2.8 million plus another year is 3.4 or 3.2, right? Which is there's 5 million left on budgeted. Then that goes down even more. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm like trying to wrap my head around how we're going to do this when we have all these proposals that are still wanting to be. I'm not trying to cut you guys out of the job. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to see how we can make this money, try to get some of these proposals done, and service our communities a little bit better, right? With still getting the things that we need out of your office done with these budgets and things like that. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to process, have all these numbers wrote down and keep calculating how we can stretch this money a little bit longer. Because like I said, there's what is there 60 million worth of proposals sitting in our email? Is that what that was? it's a lot, millions of dollars, and
It's like
we have,
30 million worth of proposals sitting in there, and most of it come from, solid waste, because they're proposing a whole new solid waste, dump site, so
I mean, I
most of
get
it
that.
came from that, but
And then I mean, I know that there's other programs in there that didn't get ARPA money at all, so I feel like we should be focusing on that as well, but I'm just trying to process how we make this last a little bit longer and try to get more people service is all I'm trying to do. I didn't mean to offend you or make you feel uncomfortable. That's all I was trying to go for, okay?
In actuality, you know, if it was 1.2, and then to the end of the whole term of this, I say 2.5. So it'd be a total of 3.7. And I'm just looking out for this office because somebody's got to still process this stuff and do reports for it. So, you know, it's got to be dealt with, you know.
yeah, Pam and Ray.
So, Chairman, can we go ahead and go through these by department? I guess looking at some of this stuff, one of the things under the security, are we, is the fire tribe still doing the COVID-19 admin? Or is it
Those employees that catch COVID, I don't know what the latest protocol is, but it went from 14 to 5. So those 5 days, the people are still being paid from their program. Okay, out of their base budget.
But you're talking about tribe-wide, right?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to under security, we got COVID-19 admin wings, and there's still a balance of 1326 now.
So the actual amount is 2,273. So some of the security got COVID. They might have budgeted 5 days for so many employees, but they only use so many.
Okay, so going through this budget, are we able to cut things out of here? I mean, is that okay with you? I mean, I'm looking at like, so security, they don't have their own specific office.
They
And
do.
where's their office located at?
MMIW trailer.
In St. Francis?
Yep.
So do they have a secretary over there too?
Yes.
So, and then there's a one for annual leave in here. I thought these guys were on some kind of contract or something.
No, so those employees that leave that have accumulated annual leave, you gotta pay them before they leave.
So they're actually paid employees?
So
Or,
whenever a person leaves, if they had 100 hours of annual leave, you have to pay that for them when they leave.
okay, so. All right, then, we've got travel and training in here. That there, what did they actually use that for? I mean, we're just still under the security office. I'm just trying to go down these line by line so that we can.
I'm not positive.
So who do they get approval from to do this sort of stuff?
Someone has to sign off on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who is that?
Finance officer who has to sign some travel and training.
Okay, so Chairman, I don't know if you are, but he keeps flagging towards you, so are you?
Any travel goes through me, so I either sign off on or don't. If they have a line item to travel, then they usually approve it, so.
Okay.
It's, if it's in reference to their jobs and the training is coincide with the job and stuff, I usually just approve it, so.
It looks like. So. I guess I wanna know what exactly do they go traveling, training for?
I don't know if you guys really ever traveled, did you? Have you guys traveled?
Yeah, we've traveled.
I mean, I'm in the line items of the security, but I don't wanna get council confused. I'm not talking about the ARPA office itself. I'm actually still under the security, and that's why I'm saying there's a travel and training line item. Can we cut that? Because, you know,
I don't think they really travel. I mean, if it's to get some type of certification or something, we usually do it out to the casino. Last time we did it out to the casino. They came in and did some type of training for them.
Well, I guess that's just my suggestion. We could probably just go through this line item by line item to see what could be cut. I don't know. I'm just trying to help save dollars, I guess.
Ray and Russell.
Thank you. I'm going back to our budget, your budget. We understand, your office is important and we need you to file all the reports and everything to keep us in line. So the contractual line item that's about 250,000, is that like the auditor and all the feelings that we get on like all the proposals and everything?
Auditor, consultants, and that solution for legal for enrollment data.
Okay. So then going back up to tribal employees, now that all of our directed payments are done, our money is dwindling down, I mean, do you fully need 8 employees to, I mean, they're not work, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, I would say that there probably is, because we every day, you guys probably get calls, we get calls on checks. And now we got new applicants going through, you know, we're gonna have to cut 15%. So I was gonna make a comment on Pam saying that is we're gonna have to, the program director is gonna have to cut 15% somewhere. And if he chooses to rid somebody, he can do that. I mean, and Bob can, or anyone that's the head of anything in here, they choose, they don't need 8 people, then hey, we're gonna let them go. You know, it's gonna happen eventually.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to get more clarity, I guess, is that, I mean, we got this money, we're passing it out, everyone was calling your office, you had lines up, and now that we're barely having anything left, there's even enough work for 8 employees, you know, so I was just curious on that, but thank you.
Russell and Pam.
All right, so are we gonna go down the line?
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. If we can,
This is kind of what we did in the past.
yeah, let's do the,
And I want to see an actual proposal from the ARPA office in itself. Right now, we're jumping from, I know we had questions about, you're telling us this is just for an ARPA office. It's not security and stuff. I kind of want to go through the line item by line item. And even, you know, there's always a question of, you know, somebody, you're asking for 1.2 million or whatever, and you have 8 employees. I mean, there's things that follow after that, but, you know, just to be clear, you know, look at your each line item. You know, I kind of want to see that. I'd like to see where we can actually do some cutting and, you know, make it basic. Now, I'd like to know if you're still receiving, you know, for the first $2,000 for the travel, and I mean, for travel members, are they still filing, you know, requests? We extended that because the numbers that we have are enrollment that I just didn't. I need a report on that kind of stuff. I got somebody calling me from Minnesota. He was denied, and she had all of the documents that she was going to go here. I need to sit down with your office and see if that's correct. I know her because she's a relative of mine, so I'm still kind of caught up into that. You know, down the road, you know, with all the thought and stuff coming up, I hate to see the tribe in any kind of trouble financially down the road. We're not gonna have all these resources coming in. We're not gonna be able to, we may get big, you never know. The politics of national politics, they might come after us. I mean, those things I worry about. So I'd like to go through the line items, and that's what we call this meeting for. To kind of have at least an idea of what we're going to do with this budget, with our trailer, have a system in place. That'll fit here, because it always ends up here. And we'll have a better picture of where we need to go.
You want Jim to walk through the budget with you, line item by line item, and make cuts, or?
I think it's not needed anymore.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah. Or, I sat on budget and finance for many years, and people really have a way of adding their budget. It's common every year. All these programs, they do that to us. And we look at it and we pass it without going over each line item. And at the end of the year, they go on and fix the industry. It's always common. So I'd rather just go through the responsibilities, if they're not gonna give us road out, if they're not gonna pay for our electricity, whatever, then, we need to know. Or I need to know.
okay,
And Chairman, I guess in the line, that's where I was gonna go with my questioning to Jim. Because I've been looking through here and I haven't found it. Do you remember, we had that discussion on people who hadn't applied for the 2,000, who hadn't gotten the 1,500. We've also talked about, our numbers back there in enrollment. Now, when this was applied for, it was applied for at 35,000 something. And I don't know if we hit that threshold, if they found all those enrollments that were applied for at that time. There hasn't been any kind of PSA out to people who are trying to hurry up and enroll their kid, when we all had that agreement that them 35,000 that were looked at the time of this, when this letter got sent to DC, that those were the ones that were supposed to, that are eligible to receive that assistance. But we went into, hurrying up and enrolling babies to make sure that they got something. So I'm not finding it in here, and I do know that we did talk about putting some monies aside and to be able to cover that gap, if there was a gap for the direct payments that we gave out. So I guess somewhere in here, or somewhere along the line, I guess I would like to know those types of things too, and look at that.
Well, so start, if you look on page 3, that funding source is 507-201. It's called the rest assistance. Now, if we go back, page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you'll see a detail of that 507-201 on page 9.
On page 9?
Yes, there's a total budget of $88,750,000. So it's broken down by line items.
Maybe you have a good thing on the sort of that. Yeah, it's a really, go over.
No, that's the whole report. Well, anyway, and I sent it in your email. There's a breakdown of individual assistants, and here it is right here.
Well, I mean, I see that, but, I don't see the, how do you call this? I don't see where, when ARPA was sitting under budget and finance and there was a ARPA committee, we had made a motion in there that we put aside some money.
No motion, no resolution, setting aside any kind of money. If it was, it would be in this ARPA budget.
Nicole, can you ask him to look up our minutes? Because we had a long discussion on this in those ARPA meetings, and that was my biggest concern, was people who have not gotten any kind of assistance are still entitled to that. And so we needed to put that aside and not do any spending on it. That's what I was asking, where it was at in here, but anyway,
I think
my concerns for the day.
I remember a discussion on that, but there was never a motion made, there's no resolution. But I know we had a discussion on it, and it wasn't just one time, we kind of worried about that, but we're gonna talk to it, but there's no resolution.
But there's still 4.1 left in there, right?
And we're taking new applicants, and we gotta deal with the education card yet, instead of cards we're being checked. But so, the 80 million was set aside initially. The 8,750,000 came from education, all the 1250 payment and the cards. So that's why the 8,750,000 is there. So we're still dealing with new applicants and the cards.
Do you think we're gonna complete that?
We probably won't, but it's gonna take time because we continually get new applicants.
I mean,
Like Russell said.
I guess, just to go off of what Pam was saying, so you feel like that's enough, like, to suffice at least to give us that cushion, just in case we have people like stragglers coming in to enroll and stuff?
Yeah.
That should be enough?
And we're gonna probably only process new applicants until we run out of money. That's as far as we can go.
Right.
You know, and we're hoping that they're not in there, you
Right.
know? Because if we put it out to the world, we're gonna get hit with it. Who knows?
I know. And then another thing that we need to probably discuss at some point too is the, vaccine incentives. There's 1.8 left in there, so like, are we gonna put a deadline on that eventually, or? Cause we can,
Up there,
is it?
March 31st.
Is it?
And then,
Okay.
is there a deadline on the ARPA? Because, I had a person get turned away, and on the application, she sent me state April 2023, so I understand when she got the shuts. If that money's in there, and, you know, like his relative in Minnesota, why are they getting denied, I guess, you know? That's my question. Why are we turning them away if they got spot there?
If anyone's enrolled after December of 21, they weren't included in the number we submitted to Treasury to get the money.
that's a 2000, right? Was it?
21, January of 22, December 31 of 21 is the deadline. We had all the pending up to that date. And anything after that, they were enrolled. Their numbers weren't included in the numbers we submitted to the Treasury for the fund.
More discussion. Russell, go ahead.
I know we're kind of jumping around, but, you know, we you understand, that, our main goal is to make sure that every Eagle Travel member, the 35,000 enroll members have that opportunity to apply for it. And, it's that money that is earmarked for that should always be kept there. And so we at least go to it. And understand that we're not taking in any people from you, right now, right? I understand that. And, but I'd like, if that money is set aside to cover every enrolled member that is out there, possibly also, we need to get close to that number. During, I know our own enrollment office, we had a supplement to them, right, to help us because there were, I don't know, they weren't up to standard, I guess. And so we did supplement and to really get the enrollment correct. I don't know where the movement is.
And George Ludwig, hired George Ludwig to come in and do an audit on our enrollment and try to figure out why we, because we had so many of them not apply for the assistance that there was a question if it was going to be questioned in the audit at the end. So we used a certain amount, and then there was like 4,000 of them that didn't actually apply for it. So we had George Ludwig come in and do an audit. He's done with it. I don't remember if I gave you the report. I must not have given you guys the report, but I'll get that report. I think he counted all the deceased and all the ones that disenrolled and all the ones that probably he can count for, and I think he still might have been up short. So, but I'll get that for you guys. I don't know if you report anything to enrollment or not. Got Ray?
Yeah, we had a discussion about that at our community meeting, and it'd be nice if we had a report.
Yeah.
The number that was submitted, and we're losing our relatives, we're also being enrolled. So it'd be nice to see it on a graph slide. And then they talked about, so we have a community member that just had babies, and they're not eligible for that funding. And we explained all the numbers and stuff, and they talked about, some of the non-members meeting the premium. Talked about this utility system to people that ain't enrolled. So they just kind of found there's like a little bit of discrimination there to being an actual enrolled member with their babies and not being eligible to apply for all this stuff. I think next month I'll probably put the resolution to talking about it in St. Francis to include the new babies that got enrolled. Just on the fact that all the non-members here that were for the type of premium pay. And also like utility assistance that went out for non-members, but they're lifelong members. So there's a little bit of
have a number of how much we have to pay out there membership, right? What is that now?
I was having a report on all we actually get out of around 26,000, 25,900 something. But if you look at the enrollment database that we got from enrollment, it's around 30,000. 30,000, I'm not real positive about the rest, but it's a little over 30,000. So what was reported to Treasury 35 and at 30, we had our programmers take out everybody over 100 because there's not very many people that are over 100. So you took out all of that and you took out a bunch of other numbers. So what we came up with is like 30,000 something. So I'm curious to see what that report said also, because that's the discrepancy you're talking about. So
I'll have Sarge go back and have Wayne in my office has been working with George Ludwig, so if we can bring him in, let's see if he knows more than I do. He usually does, he knows more than I do, but got Steve and we'll take a break.
Yeah, just one question. How did we come up with that number that we submitted, the 35,000? Who gave us that number?
enrollment.
And now they're giving us a different number?
No, they're not giving us a different number.
Okay.
That's the number it was self-certifying, so we went to enrollment, and they gave a letter to us what our numbers were, and that's what we sent to the Department of Treasury.
Okay, that was the 35.
Yes,
Oh, okay. So this other 30,000 that you're talking about, who came up with that number?
that's the actual enrollment data that we took from enrollment and put into our system. So when you got a check and you filled out that application, if it hit on your enrollment number, your date of birth and your name, that means you're eligible.
Okay, let me get this straight now. We have $35,000, 35,000 number and a 30,000 number. Where did that difference come from?
That's what the report will tell you.
Okay, so the best way to explain it is, the 35,000 that was originally sent to DC is a number that enrollment had given to Jim, and it was Chairman Bordeaux at the time. That's the number that was given. So when they say self-certified, they're saying that they put their name to it, or we did as a tribe. We put our name to it and said, yes, we have 35,000 members, and we sent that off. Okay, so now with what he's doing is whatever enrollment had for members, that went into this, remember the portal system that they have? Okay, those numbers went inside there. So anybody that applied, it was deemed if there was a person that wasn't enrolled there. And so they would have to cross-check with enrollment, and enrollment would say, oh, they're pending. Okay, so then that put them to a pending list. But then there was also the flagging of people who are enrolled, who are legitimately enrolled. So they were probably part of that 35,000 that got sent to DC.
Okay.
So that's where that variance is right now, according to who all's been applying and whatnot, according to their database versus what enrollment has, there's that difference there. But correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, before we got up to this 30,000, we were actually only sitting at 20-some thousand,
Yes.
correct?
I think they're about 25.
And so at that time, if you remember when we were having these meetings before budget and finance, I had questioned it. I had questioned if we submitted for 35, but yet they gave us, so they gave us the money for 35, but yet we only can prove 25, that's 10,000 people, that's a big difference. So during that time, I had asked for it to be put in a budget, and I don't know, they're still looking in the Secretary's office, but there's a 10,000 person difference there. So we were trying to figure out how to put that money aside and keep it aside so that at the end of this 4 years, when stuff comes out, we're going to have to justify how we sent a self-certification to DC saying we have 35,000, but maybe we only have now 30,000.
Well, okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is how come we have this big difference, this gap? And so it started from the original number, but as we went along, the way I take it is that the actual numbers may be lower. Correct. Yeah.
I think 35,000 they count, we got money for 35,000 members. And then when we started applying from, I think we came up 4,000 members short. Assisted, so we're trying to figure out where they went to. Because you see, and that's the report that George Ludwig done for us. So
that's
Wayne's on the phone right now, so it's
that's why I really, all this money that we've given out to people, and they're saying, well, what about my share? What about my cut? And all this and that. It's kind of disheartening because it took this tribe a long time to to spin it to where we didn't have everybody depending on tribal government to hand out that money. It took a long time. I mean, you probably noticed that too, that since this money came, it's like we're back to,
Where one?
yeah, back to square one. It's nothing but handout. I mean, we have jobs here. We have a housing plant that needs workers. We have contracts that need workers, but we're not providing or we're not producing. And it's sad because that's exactly what tribal government did, was create that, that put your hand out and the tribal government will give you that money. And that's where we're stuck at. And, you know, we haven't even created nothing positive out of this money yet. And
We got a lot of vehicles.
yeah, but that's all we have. And I don't know if community members are gonna be start asking for those next, but that's gonna be the next thing that's gonna happen. But this money really needs to be looked at line item by line item.
Yeah, that's how I
Take 5.
Take 5 minutes.
They need a 2 break. Okay, council will call us back to order. We're still talking the ARPA discussion. We're talking about budgets, security budget, ARPA office budget, and there's a little discussion on Tracer's budget as far as what we're gonna do with security. There's a request to go through ARPA office's budget line item by line item and make cuts. I think that's probably what we should do. But if we do that, I think we need to probably be able to talk freely on what you actually think, and that's up to you. We shouldn't have anybody getting upset about each other, talking about them, or thinking that we're getting offensive, but that's not our intention, is to offend anybody. So, we have, had Wayne come in here and he's gonna pass out the report. You guys have your records?
I don't think we're fast enough or the numbers on enrollment. But while he's passing it out, I just want to make a comment here on the ARPA budget stuff. You know, the council has authorized a lot of different programs out there. I mean, we got this 2,000, 1,200, building order, all this stuff. And there's still money in those accounts, and the accounts are still being paid out. Plus, you've authorized that new enrollees up until that $4 million is spent are still eligible for all of the resources that have been offered. We got office right now, all that money is spent, it's having to deal with all these individuals calling in every day. So it's still a big process until all that money is spent. Hopefully all that money can be either spent or whatever this next year. Once that money is our office obligation is reduced immensely, then they're only going to be dealing with your housing mainly. And so their workload will reduce immensely. But I'm telling you, for right now, until all the money is spent, it's chaos up there. Because people up there are working long, hard hours, still getting a lot of reduced with it. Because there's still money out there that needs to get distributed out. I just wanted to make that comment. I'm sure Jim had a lot more comments than that. But having said that, what's passed out to you is, remember we hired George Ludwig to try to do an audit of where we're at with our enrollment. That first column on the left, where it says self-certification, that's the number that we sent in to the federal government to say that's how many enrollers we have. And what caused a lot of the concern is that throughout this process of paying individual tribal members, only about 26,000 checks were actually written to people. And that's what caused concern that our numbers were off. But when George did his is audit. The one on the right is what we can right now, back up for our certification. $4,000 difference. So he was able to find like 681 members, but you read it before, there's still other areas that we can go and try to get that number closer, but it's going to be a long, time consuming. It requires us to get the original rules from the BIA and this kind of stuff. But right now, this is what we can actually, we had to go to court, this is what we can actually justify. Yeah.
And we have a question, comment?
So, I guess in that, information, the question I have is, when we sent the number, stop certifying the 35, can the government turn around and say, well, you included these new enrollees to get to that number? And can we, I mean, can it be used against us because we gave an artificial number at the beginning to receive this amount of money and then turned around and now here we are starting to use new enrollee numbers to create actual. I mean, is there anything in the regs that say anything or
No,
anything?
no.
What's the worst case scenario? Bring it back?
We have a lot of worst case scenarios here. I mean, that's, the federal government could come and say that, yeah, you inflated your numbers, and based upon the inflation, then we feel that we overfunded you by this amount. Worst case scenario. I don't think that would happen, but even if that didn't happen, it's going to impact us on our future income, because this is the first time in history that they've allowed the tribe to self-certify their membership. In the past, they've always used the census. And the census only has us down for 10,000 members without a county. And that's why our number, our funding is so low because of that. So now that we're self-certified, we know that there's a big difference between what we can actually justify now and what the census does. So there's an improvement, but the damages are our word, the federal government on self-certification. To me, that's the most decent rate. I don't, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a politician, I'm in DC, but I don't think it would ever come to the point where the federal government would ask us to pay that money back. Because it was during the pandemic, all this happened so fast. So there's a lot of reasons why they would not do that. But it would impact our ability to tell the government what our enrollment is because they won't believe us in the future. To me, that's the most damaging.
Questions on the enrollment, which is for your information, you passed it out, Russell?
Yeah, and this recommendation, they mentioned the Bureau, and they're not responding. What's behind that? What do we do in order to reconcile?
Well, what he's saying there is that for us to be really truly accurate, we have to get the original enrollment from the Bureau. And we've asked for that information and haven't gotten any response back. I'm not sure whether they can provide it or not. I don't know. But that's his comment. Until we know the starting point, and everything else is always going to be questioned.
So is there a movement to get the Bureau to move on this? I mean, what does it take?
I think we sent a letter over requesting the census and the original census, and then what happened when they basically turned around, they said that we have everything that they have.
Just, we don't have the original census, but they said that everything that they have available at the agency that they give to us.
You guys don't think that's true?
I have never seen it ready proposed. I've never seen that. I don't trust in that, but I've never seen it.
No, that's one of the things we had to build. We had trouble over the years, and it kind of relates to, our life, you know, they didn't even help us one bit in terms of documents.
And again, I would rather suspect, you know, that the information doesn't exist or you don't know where it's at.
So can we draft the letter? Draft the resolution that would, request this information and also to, include in that resolution on the letter that was sent with, you know, with the, how would you say it? Lunch time. With some kind of remark of course, not cooperating, I guess, without being able to show proof of that, that they have given us accurate information from they actually have it, and then have that resolution sent to area office for them to have our local office get that to us. I mean, would that help, or would that?
That would be the start, yeah.
Where's our attorney? Remember yesterday I said our attorney should be in our council meetings all the time. In his contract.
Sheriff, you have a comment?
Yeah, I did, so we don't have our original, documentation from the role when they got transferred when we took over the 6-week contract.
Yeah, we have what they had at the time, but it doesn't include the written, so.
I think a lot of people went to DC to do the research and do the archive thing, and I know a lot of them do that, so I'm not sure where they store the original old activation rolls out. So.
You know what's really concerning? What's really concerning is, the old jail. I was told actually by, Brady's brother, when he was on JTPA, there was a bunch of records that were in that old jail, and when they condemned it and flooded, he was a JTPA worker, and he said they burned a lot of records. He said he was a kid then, and he was like, it felt really weird to just, you know, burn up these letters from the President of the United States, and somebody put record of that, but they didn't keep all those documents. And I'm not sure if we have an agreement and do house our documents down in Lenexa. I don't know if we do or our bureau does, but I didn't see when I toured that facility. I don't remember seeing a spot for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. We keep our own records and have a lot up to that yard. But it's something we should consider is keeping our records down there because we take care for. But I agree with Pam. We should try to put somebody on it. Like maybe the business office should get to it ASAP and give them a deadline by, you know, the end of the week to start researching and seeing what they can bring back to us in the surveys before they.
Yeah, if these recommendations from George, this is what I'm going to review, and we can sit down with George and develop a plan, bring it back to you to show what all the energy that addresses.
Russell?
Yeah, one of the things for Daryl to probably come back at us saying, well, we've done all of our documents to the repository. And I heard one of the things from the Bureau was that they can't send any of their teams down there, but I think we need to send a team down there and make at least a digital copy of everything, all the documents. We may have to send them there for couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And, gather that data and then bring it back because, that's the excuse they have. And I did that with, someone got Sioux. We did that with the state of North Dakota. All the archaeological surveys they did in the state of North Dakota. And, I sent a team to, Rapid City, to get it. So we have that data, we have all that information. It can be done with Bureau. And they should pay for it. You know, they're the ones that sent them down there. So maybe that resolution, maybe we can draft it in such a way or with language that kind of open the door for us. They even said we can go down there and tour that place where it's at. You know, and I think we need to really jump on it at this point to get our records back here. And I don't know, you know, to me, it's the responsibility of the field. And aside from this issue with enrollment, you know, I think we should really jump on it. This is a good, great opportunity to get that done. And so personally, I think that should be included in that resolution, you know, to go after that data. Because they're going to come back at it and say, well, all the records are repositories. That's going to be their huge watch. So I think we need to jump on aside from our budget here. We need to put pressure on the Bureau. I use that analogy publicly when I was at Carlisle and the first time the lady came Secretary of the Interior. You know, they had their hands in everything back then. So when we started the process of recovering our children, the Bureau totally took a step back and I said, they're standing behind this tree wondering what's going to happen next. And that's the position of the Bureau. I don't like that. So, and of course, I'm only one person here too, but we really need to justify their existence here on the Rosebud. If you don't do that, they're going to continue to be who they are right now. So I would strongly encourage our attorneys to offer language to really go after the Bureau. And enrollment is part of that. You know, we have the original senators, Spotted when he come and established himself on the reservation. We have that data. But it would be nice to go from that point and get all the enrollment that existed after that. It's almost, you know, I've done a lot of research on that. It's like it's hard going back up to the original because the Bureau has all that data. Enrollment. You know, it would really change some degrees of Indian blood that we have here. You know, that's important here today too. But because of that data, some people lost their bloodline, basically. So I would think that now is the time to really, aside from just trying to do with ARPA here, enrollment is part of that. And we need to establish justification 2-3 years down the road on our enrollment. We might even surpass the 3,500 that we predicted. You know, those are possibilities. So I think we should, I know I used them in 3 minutes, but I used just, leave my colleague here to just go to 3 minutes. Anyway, that's kind of my 2 cents, but,
I used to tell people that I sat on enrollment committee so long that I became a full blood. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I want to do 2 motions. The first motion is to draft a resolution regarding the original membership list, from BIA, including language in there from the Constitution, under Article 4, Section 1, subsection B, to advise the Secretary of Interior with regard to all appropriation estimates or federal projects for the benefit of the tribe prior to the submission of the said estimate to any department of the United States government to Congress. Is that Article 4? Yeah, Article 4, Section 1, subsection B.
Okay, we need a second. Lisa,
D? Yeah.
any more discussion on her motion? We have a motion on the floor, don't we? We have a resolution on the floor still.
So, can I table the resolution until we get these motions passed?
Why don't we just deal with the resolution?
It's up to you guys, but, it needs to be made, but.
Okay, well, this, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
But you got the motion, bid down.
In regards to the resolution, where are we at with that? Is it, did we get a second or?
We just got it on for discussion. There's motion to approve. We talked about going through the, ARPA office, budget line by line. I mean, line item by line item. And then adjusting those numbers in the resolution to approve. So that's as far as we got. We can start talking about enrollment and.
I think we should move forward with this resolution because like, how many pay periods do you guys have left up there? Just one? The way people go in, and then we need to include language into this resolution regarding the records that were being discussed? No, or is that what you were trying to have a separate resolution? Yeah, we're gonna have a separate resolution because we're under the discussion of the enrollment numbers that we have. Okay, so it was a different, well, in this resolution, is there a second or question?
There was a second, we're talking about, if we want to go through there and reduce the amount, line item by line item, or if we're just going to do an overall cut of 15%, that's what we're at.
Everybody agreeable to the 15% cut?
Well, Pam wanted to go through every line item, so that's what we've been doing.
Okay.
You know, now she's changing her mind to something else, so.
I'll go ahead and question the resolution.
President Kilsenwater, how many percentage?
I have a question or question too.
Okay, well, you want to withdraw your question so she can.
I questioned it.
She can say. Okay, all right, move on then. Russell?
there were questions on that.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Motion to table.
Because,
Address any of it.
We're still doing it.
We're still doing
I don't need it. I don't want to move forward
it.
with
We withdraw the questions, so we have more discussion. Thank you. Derek? Russell?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do want to go through this and, I think we should really discuss it because I know they're busy. I know they have a lot of stuff to do, but it's 8 people in a $1.4 million budget. I mean, we have people working with less budgets and more people, and it's just not. We're going to have to really think about this and plan it. And if she wants to table the motion so she can make her other motions regarding the enrollment so we can get that done and move on, I'm in favor of that. So if you want to make that motion to table this until we're finished with your stuff, I'll second your motion, but I don't want to just pass this through really quick. I know they have 1 pay period, but let's get it done for them today. But I do want to go through it line by line. And I really like to go to executive session and the township people stuff.
Okay, Russell? You have.
Yeah, London here,
Okay.
and, I don't wanna take the focus away from our budget. You know, she mentioned a motion that we can make, quoting some articles over there, but I would sooner have our attorney maybe draft a proposal resolution later on this afternoon. That's kind of my thing. I know we're trying to push and get things done and stuff, but I'm like you, I kind of want to go over the budget. This morning we had a discussion about ARPA, and then we had a discussion about security, which is not in the budget, but we're kind of mixing things up, and I want a clearer picture. Of course, I'm only one person, but that's what we started out with. And we got into enrollment because the numbers don't add up. And we want to make sure that we get ourselves into a situation where we know what we're doing in terms of the money that is given to us. So that's why I wanted to have discussion prior to bringing this resolution on, but that's the way the system is, so they brought it on, and that's what we're discussing. But lunch is here.
You wanna take a lunch break? Sure. Okay, let's, take an hour.
Good afternoon, council. I'll call us back into order until, Scott gets back in here. He's on the phone with the people. We're discussing ARPA, are we? We're right in the middle of ARPA. Yeah. Okay, so we'll open the floor for questions, and Jim is standing over here with the answers.
You know, don't know, maybe get with better and like we have a chairman and things like that. Oh, okay, so.
And remember where we were at? Just get away out of the room.
I think they wanted to, so we know that the tracers aren't really closed in the morning. So then now we move to that security one, which is 507.101, which is the security budget. And previously I was asking questions on that. I don't know if anybody else has any more questions on the security one, but I know that there was some concern with the amount of, there were 16 security people, and I know we don't want to mix up livelihood and whatnot, so what is their current pay rate? To possibly increase their pay rate based off of, you know, what their duties entail. What are these on?
Those off the lost revenue from finance, goes down about the next section.
Jim was in credit, tracers on board.
I don't know if they are refunded, I don't know how many there is through her funding, department funding, not that.
So none of that goes through your department?
Not anymore. They were budgeted in there for no longer.
Thank you. Can you take out the budget? The tracers will be taking out the budget? Yeah. So, then our 1,321.66, under the tracers, that's negative balance, right? Or is that?
Over, negative, 216.88, you were good journalist because it was pressed out.
So now go back down to check our security, right?
Right.
So there certainly we have 16 employees.
Yeah.
Is there, somewhere in there, is there, duty? For, or, you know, like, what the job description is?
I don't know how to go, I don't know. I'm still probably be so higher, but, you know, it didn't stand, you know, it went higher and lower. You know, I'm not. But I want it went higher and it lower. Well, and there was a turnover, there's a lot of turnover. Did I get it? Are you taking it back?
No. Here's- Oh, we go there. We're under, security, we're under security because there's no, we don't have no tracers and now we're under security.
Ready?
Yeah.
You guys passed that resolution?
No, that's why we're going over the line item by line item. On page 2, there's no more tracer, I mean, tracers aren't in the budget anymore. So we're down on security now. And
Probably not, like, kind of look at it,
There's no water like it. What's on
That's yeah.
You're thinking we want to keep security, right? We have to keep them following.
yeah, how many is that?
Better than C or this one that makes better. Distribute over. Okay, I can do that. Thank you. Okay.
So am I going through these one by one? Probably three, brand, vision, dental. That covers dental insurance, vision, dental of the employee, life insurance covers the life insurance. Workman's comp, pay for the workman's comp, health insurance, travel and training. Whatever cost allows them to go on, drug testing test for employees. I think they get tested out the correction. Utilities pay for that building out there. Telephone fax. I think that's a telephone landline. Cell phone, I don't know how many cell phones they have. Office supplies, for any office, not big material, I really don't know if that one is either. I'm assuming it's something to fix the building. Vehicle equipment maintenance supplies, they have to maintain all the vehicles. There's 52 budgeted, 43 spent, there's 8,500 there, so I'm assuming that they're taking care of some of those. I know there was some that were, used during the disaster. And, they might have had some minor damages there that EPP might be covering. I don't know the details of that though.
So, Jim. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jim, do you think we should have somebody from security, like Arnold here, to kind of explain, or somebody from the office explain the expenditure that they have for line items?
If you want, you can. I mean, it's a fair cost, but I'm not surprised to explain more than I could.
Yeah, like you're not definite on how many employees are up there.
There's food costs, but it doesn't look like there's anything spent there.
But looking at how much is that is spent so far on that vehicle equipment, we have to find fuel, oil, and a few others. That one's kind of enough to be given some more money, right?
Right. You probably have to do a budget box to keep up with that. I know they were keeping up with it pretty good. I can't after the last few months. I know they were in the past. Oil changes is higher.
And about how many vehicles is there? Yeah.
We're getting a count on that right now. I'm not real positive on how many total. I got total with like 78 for security, tracers. You're talking, you know, all these other programs, law enforcement, or all these programs that got vehicles that got motion covered. I know she's trying to get that together right now. Trying to get that moved together. So it's a total of 78.
Maybe.
I know what we can. When I could go down through the rest of here if you want to.
Yeah.
The next one, 507 102, is the youth empowerment. Cole had that for only 2,385.20 remaining in that one. I don't know if there's anything clean on there yet. For that police empowerment.
So was that one over with me? It's done and we got mine left over.
Apparently, yeah.
2,385.
Gee, not that.
The next one is
So that empowerment where there's that money left over, that 2,385, can we put that back in the pot?
Yes.
That can go back in the pot?
Yes.
Right, 2,385, yeah.
You told her something name on Thursday. I think that's what.
Did you get everything paid for, Nicole? Alright.
I'll just have Scott write up one out. The next one's vaccine. And the report that I just sent out this morning, there's a detail listing in the back, which shows first vaccination, they had 5,773,750. Our booster incentives were 4,154,500. Our second was 960,000, and the bivalent was 2,250,500. And there's 1,861,250 remaining in there.
So should we increase that bivalent to 1,000 instead of 500? Yes.
How many you got remaining of those?
Well, we don't March, March 31st or the deadline.
March, then you could look at that now.
Then we can look at that balance and put it back in. Okay. So we'll just leave the remainder left alone, right? Yeah.
Won't throw any ideas out like that.
I know, Lisa. Wait, we're gonna give her incentive for monkeypox vaccine next time. Well, I was kind of looking back at the youth empowerment because they're gonna be, Nicole, are you planning another youth day?
Yeah.
Do you have any funds for that to come out of, or we?
I have it. I'll be on my next agenda.
Do you have an estimated budget for that?
I just use this in one of the using, is it
60,000? Or is, 57,000 minus that 2,000 should be.
Oh, yeah. Ranks the shirts and.
So I don't know if you guys want to leave that in there. Because we're gonna have to be looking for the funds for that anyway, if that's gonna be a yearly thing or.
Well, I think that, in my opinion, I think we should just pull it back now, whatever's left over, and after we get through all the budget of this ARPA money, then go back and reassess the budget of overall.
Then you can see where it might need to go, right?
Yeah. Is everybody okay with that?
That's Bill?
So we'll pull it out and put it back in. We'll pull it out and put it back in. Come on.
Next one is direct assistant to individual assistant at 80 million. Like I explained earlier, the 8,750,000 that was taken from the youth to give the $1,250 payments. So that's what made it 88,750,000. There's 4,150,000 remaining in that. And that's what we're paying out the new applications and any checks that the youth didn't get for the card.
You know, when the parents are gonna be getting that 250 that they didn't receive in the cards?
So Cindy has a database for everybody she gave cards to. Then she issued some checks to some kids at the end. So we paid her database, everybody we paid to 1,250 to match them, and those that didn't get them, we're gonna cut checks for.
You know when that will happen?
Well, I'm still waiting for the database.
From Cindy still?
Yep.
Yeah.
So if we never got, because I never got the cards from education, I only got like the 1250 for my child.
Right?
And so she's got other cards.
No, she doesn't have any more cards. She gave them all out. So we're gonna match with that basis, and then we're going to anybody that didn't, children that didn't get the card, we're going to check for.
You know, get you a check.
Can we hear from the monitor? She has her hand up.
You might want to contact Cindy because she's been submitting checks.
Right.
Yeah.
She's been paying some of them.
It's like even yesterday, she's filling out for eventually ready to see what we're saying. She's already started it.
Okay. So we send parents to Cindy?
Yeah, they're gonna send them to us. That's what's kind of been happening.
Okay.
She's been sending them to us, but we're still waiting for that database to match them.
I asked Scott last month to visit with her about getting that over to you guys. I don't know if you.
Well, it's hard for her to do because she's still issuing the remaining, she says she has some remaining moves that she's gonna give them to. We're letting her finish that out first, and then we'll combine the databases. Anybody that didn't get the 250 will issue technical.
So that 4 million will probably go down a lot.
Yes, plus new application.
Okay.
And
How long are we taking those?
those individuals are getting 3,500. Up to December 31 of 21.
Why are the new ones getting 3,500?
You got 3,500, didn't you?
Yeah.
So aren't they entitled to 3,500?
I don't know, did we?
Yeah, we got 2,000.
2,000 and 1,500.
Well, I thought we were just probably the clothing workers and it's enrolled.
So anybody that didn't get in on that first round, have them contact us, we're having them fill out applications and we're running them. We ran a test, they're going through last week for, I think like over just 31 of them, and they all came out real good, so. We're starting to run that.
Yeah.
So Leah, heating assistant. Budgeted 3.5, there's 158,414 remaining in there. I'm hoping everybody's life goes with like credit. I think she gave 1,500 to everybody. Either that or okay, I don't know.
So,
Was that the one that over a 3 month period?
Yes.
so is this what's left, or do you want to leave that in there for
I
strategy?
would leave it for now because she's always gonna have a little very much on her stuff.
Well, I'm curious on that. The reason I'm curious is because during our budget and finance meeting, she came in because there was people that were contacting us and letting us know that their lights got shut off yet. And so she was saying she had a savings of 100 and some thousand, so she wanted to use that for crisis payments for those ones that were turned off, because she had already sent the check for $750 over to Cherry Todd or, those other places. But Cherry Todd specifically, she sent the check over already to them, and the people had already depleted that with high electricity bills, past due, and all of that. So the ones that got shut off, they were actually getting an extra whatever to have their lights turned back on. So a lot of those payments she had were people were getting shut off, didn't pay their bills since November. Yeah, since November, and then so this money they got covered that bill. And then they were thinking they would get this new bill paid off. So she's using that crisis money to pay because the resolution says January, February, March.
And she should be taken because the last one, the care, any overages or changes we had, I made her bring them forward to you guys. So that she should be, if there's anything she wants to do with that remaining 158, should come to you guys.
Do you think we should put a deadline on the application date for that?
I don't know for what.
Will that be for 2,000?
No, for
1,500.
For 1,500? I think you should, because it's, all the credit has been given already, and then we should make a deadline.
The resolution says January, February, March.
Yeah.
No, it's 3 months. Okay.
Because we paid, 175,000 or something like that in December for November.
Disconnect.
400 disconnects coming up. And, we just decided just to, the money that you allocated for that, they just go ahead and pay their bills. So they used all their money up for November and December. And now some of them are getting the lights shut off again. So, it's just the way it is, I guess. Their bills were so high that all their credit went to, this was a couple of months, so. Yeah. Sure.
That's kind of crazy how they all of a sudden were higher than any other.
Yeah, you said there was, someone that shut off already? I'd like to get a visit of how much we actually paid on, late bill, payments, shut off, disconnect and reconnect. And I know one time that happened and it amounted to a lot of money, paying all those, back fees.
Just this is not I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Back in December, when they paid November's bill, we did that just so we wouldn't have to pay that. So we decided to use some of their credit to pay the bills. So someone used it up for November and December already.
Yeah, I'm just I'm curious to see how.
Yeah, I can get that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say, just reconnect these or?
Disconnect, reconnect, and late charges.
Just the other day, I knew like a lot of people that got shut off, and I was wondering like how much they baked off us that when they have the internet.
That's what Steve's asking.
It was tough. I think I paid like about 5 of them that day. Yesterday someone asked me, he had a $460 one. I gave her like 150 on it. I just don't understand how that feels. You're getting like $800, you know what I mean?
Who's that store?
But I went to another house and they don't have proper heating from housing. Their furnace ain't working, so they got space heaters in every room. That's why theirs is up so high. I don't know how good that would be in the long run, because that's more of a fire than anything. So, yeah, it's really.
Also, do you have a comment?
Yeah, hopefully, you know, we create a line over here. I think when you guys give your reports, on radio or on TV, I think this would be good talking points. Or the PSA that you guys are going to be producing.
We'll leave that not in there for now.
You guys want to switch gears and go to Arnold, or are you still going through this?
We'll just leave those, heating assistance amount in there for now. And then, right? So we'll go back up to security.
Hey.
Arnold was talking earlier about, programs that we need to fund. Our fund, to approve their budgets. And, I see yours is in here. We're talking about having enough funding and how many workers you have, what do they pay an hour? Do you actually need all of them, or what's their scope of work right now? What are they doing? You know, trying to figure out if you need to reduce your budgets or you need with the security officers.
Well, first of all, from the beginning of that storm, I was told I was no longer in there.
Okay.
And Bob Oliver's calling now.
Well, he was in there, so
Yeah.
he can actually give us the information, so.
Well, when it comes to like these workers and stuff I hear now, and before I left, before Bob took over, there was some workers in there that I had problems with, like at night shift, because they were actually doing their job. You know, and I told them that you guys need to do your job because you're not getting paid just sitting here selling Microsoft games and stuff. And then that's when I was trying to like shorten it up, have a few guys on night shift and a few people on day shift, because I know who works and don't work. And when it comes to that, I mean, I told Bob about it and he took note of it. And all I know is that they got left was like enough for 3 more pictures.
Yeah, we were gonna have Bob come in, but he felt him sick today, so thank you for coming in.
There's like 14 workers. They get paid like, they started off at $20 an hour, and I don't know if that includes when the guy gave them that little raise or whatever. They got $20 an hour. And when they were working, they were doing a good job, and everybody was at it, did a good job. And I never had any complaints so recently. Hearing it from other people that work there at night shift. And when they complain to me, I just told them to have to help out.
We have Sharon, have a question and then
Thank you. And maybe I should even wait to ask this question, but, when and why did the switch happen from the supervisors?
it went from Bob, because Bob was at
ARPA.
And so he was acting director for
Safety of that.
safety of dams, so he became the acting supervisor of those security. So when Bob went back, he just basically claimed the position again, so.
So why is that under safety of dams anyways?
I don't know, I think because he was the EPD, or I'm not sure how I got on there.
In the beginning, Bob had it, and then we both worked for safety of dams. And he just made me like the supervisor under him because he was working for safety of dams. And then I was more or less running them. And he went to ARPA, then that's when they made me acting. And then they gave me that too. So.
I'm not sure how that happened, and I just can't recall how that happened, so.
Okay, I mean, I don't have a problem with Arnold or Bob, I'm just wondering why security is put under that department. And, maybe that's one of the things we should consider is creating a supervisor for that. If we're gonna keep ARPA security, I really would like to see them trained, commissioned through Judiciary Committee and patrolling the community and assisting the police officers, not just the property of terrorists. So I think we should think about where that's under the structure, the structure of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Arnold, for coming down. I guess along those lines, I guess my question that I do have is, if we were to put them back underneath you, giving you the authority to hire and fire what we think is needed, is there, are you still being compensated for taking care of these security workers or not?
I've only been getting paid anything from my safety of dams job.
I thought I made a motion a while back where he became acting that he be supplemented for being, the security guys' boss.
I know I got supplemented for being acting director, but I'm not even sure if, Bob's getting supplemented for.
Bob hasn't been supplemented either.
I kind of think it was just added duties. Okay. Anna, did you have a comment? Vera?
Yes, security kind of went underneath, Bob Oliver, because when the pandemic started, you know, he was being that he was the EPP coordinator, so it was kind of like automatically fell right underneath him. That's how security came underneath safety of them, because he did everything that facility incident practice, and security was there, there was food there, everything taken care of. Individuals that were touched upon it. And then I could have question about the rate. I have those 2.5 on my desk as of yesterday, so they have not actually been given the 2.5 the rate. Also, he was supplemented as for promotion. Part of his salary was coming from Oswald for security supervisors, and part of it was from the but as of now, they went back to Robert Oliver. From my understanding here, but Robert Oliver is not getting that supplement. Just
Russell?
Can you give us a rundown of security activity while they were under your control and what's happening today? Day shift pretty much helped out. They were a lot more busier with helping people out, every program that needed help, doing this and that, moving things, you know, disinfecting buildings, helping out with COVID. That was like the main thing. But it kind of slowed down with that. But just helping out programs anywhere they needed it. These guys were there. Always delivering wood when it came to winter, you know. Night shift, they would patrol, and they're only down to 3 trucks. And they would try to patrol all the communities and check on all the COVID trailers in each community. But I was always told when Bob went to ARPA that we're not patrolling the communities or anything like that. We're just strictly with the COVID.
Trailers.
Yeah, the trailers and stuff like that. So it's not even, because they can't arrest anybody, they can't detain anybody because they're not qualified for that.
Well, actually, they were just,
they reported a lot of things, all that were happening in communities, like, you know, stuff like that. They reported to the cops. And cops would come, but it would be a while for cops got there.
so they were just basically at the wheel of programs to go and take care of them, right?
Pretty much.
So, the other issue is, you know, if Biden declared the whole thing null and void and come in May, what's their purpose?
To me, when this started, like I said, when it came to COVID and everything like that, I mean, I didn't know what COVID was. You know, having security, watching everything, especially when they got these trailers, because they were getting broken into and broken windows, stuff like that. You know, and then just helping out with EPP. But if you look at today, I mean, everything's slowed down. I mean, that's why I was looking for, like, just to have so many on during the day and so many on during the night. Just to cut that workforce in half a little bit.
You were saying some of them are.
Right now, as when they tell me, I got workers calling me and I tell them that I'm not in charge anymore, but they're telling me what's going on at night. And I mean, there's not really nothing I can do, but I help out about it. But when I was there, that wasn't happening. Because I don't like to pay anybody for not doing the job. I mean, that's some good money that you're making there. You go into the real world, you're not making that kind of money.
Thank you.
Sarah, so in your opinion, do you feel that cutting some of the security jobs down would be best, or how do you feel about?
Looking at some of these workers, I'd say, yeah. I mean, not to be mean to some of these workers, but you're not going to do your job unless you want to rehire, you know, and keep those positions. But right now, I mean, these workers, when I was there, had a few problems with them, but they straightened up. But now I guess it was.
Considering that the COVID has slowed down tremendously, it just kind of fluctuates here and there, up and down. How many security positions do you feel would suffice for this?
5 days, 5 nights.
Russell?
I just want to make a comment when CARE, this is back in CARE, when we had the security people, I was one of the communities that got, what do you call it? They shut my community down. So just that quick, all these guys, security people, showed up in their trucks and they created a block coming into my community and then on the other end. And, but on the other hand, they were allowing people to come through, you know. And I always felt that if you block a community off, people should not be able to access that at all. But I remember, I go for a walk, right? And, I started going, my regular route, and they stopped me from going, passing that roadblock. So to me, it was a fiasco, because what they created was a passage for any other. If you're Washichu and you're driving a big truck, they were flagging them through, I didn't agree with that, because when you cut somebody off like that, then it should be like that all the way through, all the way around. Matter of fact, they even created a bypass. You drive up this road and then you can get back on 63, that kind of stuff. Yet they were targeting individuals, and to me, I was really upset at that time when that happened. I voiced my concerns at that time, that those don't work, It's almost like how they set up in Waterloo, all the way to the care. They set up these roadblocks coming into the reservation. But it created a job for them to do something and to be there, but you can still have free access in and out, and so to me, that whole system of guards, security guards, just didn't pan out. And then later on, I find out that every once in a while, the security guard comes and checks out our trailer. And that was the extent of my visual seeing what security is actually doing. So to me, I know we create jobs and now we're worried about them not having a job, but I think we need to revamp that whole concept of security guards versus tribal workers for all our entities. That thinking we did. I'm kind of, it didn't work at that time.
To me, when those semis went through, they were just gravel trailers. They just went on through. They never stopped. And that's what they said, just let those guys through. And I understand what you're saying, but that's what they told us when I was there during the day. And they told everybody stay at home. That was a big problem there. That's the reason why we was there, because it said it's a stay at home.
But it was open, not there to gravel truck, other trucks, other people coming through it.
And I was there and there was anything else to gravel truck.
I have to disagree with that, because I live there. I don't eat, so.
They would make the post office lady go all the way around.
Well, that's what I mean. They were making another truck going all the way around. That's the end. They were saying, you want to go here, and then you can go back on 63 quick. When you're blocking off the community, totally, you should leave it like that. No entrance, no out, people coming out. But I think they concentrate on so much on people coming out than they are people coming in or through.
That's what I was thinking, because I didn't know what COVID was when they told us to block that off. They were saying nobody get out, because I didn't know what COVID was. I had to go home and I had dressed outside, had clothes ready for me in another car, shoes and everything. I wasn't trying to get my family infected.
Well, we knew COVID was really serious, especially that first incident where a family in Mission, they were gonna get federally charged if they come out of their house. That's how serious it was. So to me, I thought we took a seriousness, and I thought we were gonna follow through on that seriousness, but we just played with people, I guess. That's kind of my concern. I mean, that happened to us once. And after that, when we complained here, they stopped doing that, blocking off community. community. I think another community that hit, I can't remember, they said Brinker. Brinker was probably the same thing. I think it was, at that time, there was people going to check their cattle. So they were allowing them to come in and out. So, I mean, it was a fiasco at that time.
Any more questions for Arnold? Vanessa?
Arnold, you said you were down to what, 3 vehicles? What happened to the rest of them? How many did you have?
5.
5? And
It
what
was
did you
big maintenance and stuff like that, tires, you know, for the budget. For payroll, the budget was there for payroll, but not enough to get the tires. rims.
So what is your suggestion? How many security you'll need to keep on? I mean, your opinion.
Well, just like I said, I mean, I'm getting calls now and I'm not part of it anymore, but I mean, if these workers are messing up, like I said, I wouldn't allow them to work.
None of them?
But there's good workers there, and I know the ones that work real hard and everything, and they're ready, they're there.
Okay.
Sure.
Our report here is showing that there's, 8,576 in vehicle maintenance, so that should be plenty to get those vehicles up and going, and hopefully when Loretta comes through and pulls all the program vehicles to start taking them through, like inspection and bringing them up to par, that will be used for that. I guess, so I know that we have a lot of concerns just about the security, and my main thing is if we keep the security, I really would like to talk about if we could restructure it and where the rest of council would like to see that. Do you think that there's somebody in the current employees there that has the ability and capability to become the supervisor of that of the security?
Maybe one, but I'm
Not sure.
not sure.
And where my mind is thinking is, so years ago we had this diversion program, and there was officers that patrolled the communities, and all they did was observe and report this kind of thing that they went through, and they were mentioned. And I would like to see these officers get trained, and they do have a training budget here. And I don't think that they should be paid overtime. I think that when their time, in my opinion, if I lay it all out, I think we should have, if there's 14 there, I think we should keep the 14. They should be night shift. They should rotate, and they should help patrol all of the communities, but night shift only. And I don't think that they should have overtime when their time's done. If they're just observing and reporting, then that should be it. They should go through training and then come through the judiciary committee and become certified. And once that happens, I feel like we should also have a specific supervisor and not just throw it under safety of dams as a duty added. And that way we're not taking away from that program and their scope of work, and have a real supervisor, not that you're not a real supervisor, but like a supervisor that's in that area that can help direct them, so they're not overstepping any boundaries or getting themselves in danger. So that is my opinion, what I would like to see.
Pam and Lisa?
Yeah, going back to the security training though, but if I remember correctly, weren't these, I mean, maybe staff changed, maybe there is some that need it, but some of these have been here from the beginning, and at that beginning was when we did that security training, right?
A lot of them are gone, and we got one person from that time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So like.
They hired a bunch of different people after that.
Oh, okay, because we did do security training with them, or that they did do that security training. And that was with,
Just like that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So that's in place, and then there was supposed to have been some kind of commission card that was supposed to be looked at. I think it was the Class C or something where all securities fall under that, but they weren't gonna be carrying weapons. It was just to be able to detain and tell the police officer. I don't know where that ever went. I know Bob was not overwhelmed on this, and, but if we're going to, I guess, what is the status of them? Are they a contract or are they temporary? What exactly does their PA say?
They said that they do like leave, so they must be a grant employee. I think that's how you said it earlier.
Yep.
And they're hired full time until the grant money's run out.
Won't do everything.
Okay, so I guess are we going to give them a supervisor? Are we gonna, I really feel uncomfortable leaving it under Bob. The reason why I do is because we're doing that with one employee. We're throwing everything under him. That's why I call him the man of the mix, because there's a lot of things that he's entailed to do, but we still haven't gotten any reports back on anything that he's done. Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, and you have a question.
How many more years of ARPA funding do we have? 2.5?
Or
How many more years of ARPA funding do we have? 2.5?
That's my thing.
Till the 26th of March?
The
Or
year,
year 26? So if we're trying to make this, are we trying to make the security a permanent tribal program? Is that what you're saying? Like getting them commissioned and hiring a supervisor and everything? Because this funding is just for 1 year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we hire a supervisor and get them trained and stuff, then once our ARPA money runs out after the pandemic, we're no longer in pandemic status, then the tribe will have to cover their salaries and everything. So like they said, it's a grant program. So if that funding runs out, then I don't know if that's, you're trying to restructure it into a new program? Is that what's, by getting them commissioned and hiring another supervisor?
Just restructuring what they're.
basically, if they're working,
Because if we fund them,
I can utilize those more.
we're looking at funding for just 1 year, right?
Yes.
So next year, if our ARPA funds are depleted, how are we gonna fund them? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that might be something to consider too, because I know we don't have this kind of money in our program budget to fund another program like this. So it might be something to consider, maybe doing a reduction in force or something, and I don't know.
Diana and Jordan's.
Just the FYI that some of the employees through the whole contract of ARPA are on straight time. Even the secretaries and admin. So their job is not 8 to 5. So a secretary or admin can come in there at 6, start working at 6 or 7 o'clock. Decide they want to work until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. They're going to get paid all that time. They're not accumulating comp time like a regular tribal employee do when they're outside of 8 to 5. So when you're getting paid, your employees are getting paid straight time, that's going to make their payroll higher. So I just want you to know that there are a lot of employees in the ARPA due to funding sources that are straight.
We have Jordan, Sharon, Donna, Russell.
I guess, I seen the work that you did as a supervisor, and I would feel comfortable with them being placed back under him if, for the time being, just because I feel like Bob has so much on his plate, but I'm also still with Russell with the idea of only funding them until May or June, and then we figure it out. That gives them time to, or even us time to figure out where we're going to place them or what we're going to do with them at that point. But I also feel like if he's getting texts or messages about things that are happening and they're not being addressed, then they're kind of just employees doing whatever right now, you know. And I don't feel comfortable with that either, but I just feel when May comes, we should approve the budget up until that point, or June, and then we address it then, and we'll see if it's still something that we need, but that, like I said, that gives us a cushion of a time limit. And then to start knowing like, hey, this is when I'm gonna, might need to be finding a new job, you know what I mean?
Sure. Donna, Russell.
I just wanted to respond to something that Lisa said. I don't want to like completely restructure and put a whole bunch of different money in there because they already have the funding for training. And we only need to like observe and report. And if we go with what Russell and Jordan said, then they give them that time until what do you think, May, then I don't want them watching. I don't want to pay them $20 an hour just to watch over property. Like let them patrolling. And from the Judiciary Committee, we get reports all the time of statistics, and the crime rate since COVID hit has really spiked. And I do know that they would be helpful to just be like out there and visual, and it would probably prevent some of the crime that's happening. They're in one of the top 5 highest crime rate communities anyways. Maybe I could have brought my people and so that with me. That's why I keep pushing to support them and have them in the communities out patrolling and reporting. And I do know we could probably get them trained a little bit cheaper too, because our corrections director said that she had trainers that could possibly train them as well. And she said for a lot cheaper than you have charged. So that's an avenue. And I know that I brought this up at a council meeting before, and that I did make a motion to direct them to get trained. And that was over like a year ago maybe. And that never happened. And we changed the ordinance for them too. And we've been waiting for them to come forth, but nothing hasn't happened yet. So I support the security out patrolling, and maybe a reduction in force is needed, and maybe a reduction in pay. And I think $15 an hour is fair to just observe and report.
I'd say $12 an hour is Bruce. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a reduction there needs to happen, changing the overtime, and I think we need to get a handle on the sick time that's happening with all of this our ARPA money, not just that program, but all of them. I don't think they should be, and this came up at the personnel committee level too, so we've been meaning to bring this forward to council. We just haven't had the opportunity to do that, but our HR department does have a problem with the straight time that's been paid out, because some people are making 90 hours, 95 hours per pay period. So, I mean, that's a lot of, and especially with the inflated salaries. I mean, ARPA hit and we really paid people good. And
Even ourselves.
yeah, true. But, I guess I know some employees who've been working for the tribe for 13, 15 years that barely hit this $20 an hour mark. So I know we don't have a wage scale, but I think the reductions we should discuss too. And what do you feel is manageable if we did one night shift? What would you suggest as far as a number of employees to be out patrolling?
You got 5 for the day, 5 at night, because you got 5 vehicles. I mean, this covers a lot of area. And at the same time, I always kept somebody at the end of my W trailer, so no one broke into it. I must have done it. That was secured 24 hours.
Yeah. So when did that step away from my W?
That's a whole other story. Don't open that can right now. I guess I don't, maybe we do need security during the day, but I feel like we need them more so at night, like a 4 to 12 and then a 12 to 8 shift, if you will shift there. That's my opinion.
Donna? Russell?
Good afternoon, council. One of the things that
when I heard, Miss Diane back there say straight time, but I didn't hear the word justified by, punching in and punching out. So I think that's another issue that needs to be held accountable within their office also. Thank you.
Yeah, that comment about free time, that kind of disturbing. You know, every other employee, you know, we back onto work from 8 to 5 or whatever hours that we tell them to work. You know, I think, you know, we're allowing the program to or individuals to milk the program. You know, I really, if it's a straight time, 8 to 5 or however structure they develop, evening, days, people should put in 8 hours and then they go home and then the next crew, you know, and it's like, we created a system, you know, that allows individuals to milk the program. I don't see that, you know, it's really, I mean, there are probably situations where, you know, if there's a shift change and the other guy don't show up, maybe this guy covers it. I mean, again, that can be abused too, to a certain extent. So I think we need to do some revamping personally. I mean, we need to really have a plan coming here that is to our advantage. You know, it's really hard to explain this. You can go out in public and you start telling the public all the stuff that's going on, man, they're gonna ream you, you know? So I think we should have a good plan going forward because, you know, this latest, incident about us getting raised, you know, I created, look at all the controversy it created, let alone this stuff now going out into the public, holy smoke, and you know, they're probably catching it already, however, this place is great. I think this place is great, so I really, I think we should have a better plan. Especially when it comes to that, you know, we're going to spend what is it, $1.1 million on security. I mean, we should have we've been at this for over what, couple of years now? We should have a really good structure in place, but we don't. So I'm kind of, you know, just to safeguard or try in the future, when all these people are coming in, you know, coming after us on certain things, we can always have an answer for them. That's kind of my thing anyway.
Originally started out, like you said, we blocked off the communities, they had checkpoints, and that was the main focus, was to keep the guys isolated. And there was a breakout like that, so now I just basically come down to helping programs, whatever they need, and security of the trailers. So if you guys want to change your scope of work and do what you need to do as far as maybe reducing the amount of security that they have. And okay. But I want to thank Arnold for coming in today because he didn't have to. And Bob called today, so thank you for coming in. Arnold. Any more questions for Arnold? Sure.
I know that Jordan mentioned something that I agree with. You know, during the storm, we got Sierra leadership. You were really strict on making sure that your supervisor, that your employees clocked out and went home when they hit a certain amount of hours. And are you comfortable with continuing to supervise the security?
I mean, I've been comfortable since they put me in there, you know, and I never had a problem with it.
Okay.
You know, and then when it comes to like time, I switched it up where all these guys are going to get 8 hours a day. You know, from 8 to 4 and noon to 8. And night shift comes on 8 to, you know, they come in and everybody that's got 8 Only time they ever run over that is the time of emergency, especially storm and stuff like that.
Are you familiar with?
Never let them go over 12. If they did, then, you know, this EPP, the storm that we had, a lot of people stayed there a long time. So.
Are you comfortable and familiar with doing, employee evaluations?
Yeah,
Do you believe that it would be fair to, evaluate the entire staff, when it comes to a possible reduction in force?
I know who works and didn't work and stuff like that. And, you know, I've been there ever since this COVID started. And I got no problem with it.
If we do a reduction in force, you talked about that, is there another way where we could work with some of the employees that are there to try and absorb them into, we have so many open positions. The HR department possibly start looking, if we rip this program or some of it,
I think a lot of them came from, don't correct me, right? They said
A lot of them did.
it was better at that time, so they came over.
Yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them ain't there no more. Yeah. You know, they
A lot of them requires, they're certified through Artesia, some of them, but,
those girls out there.
I don't know, that's.
Would, that be something that you could talk to the HR director about?
I can list the names of the ones that you're considering and maybe try to find them something. We can do that. That's what you're
Yes.
talking about, so. Russell, Dara, and then Steve.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I appreciate that. We have a little bit of insight, but when I hear, it's kind of clear across the board, right? That that's happening.
Straight time being department.
Pardon me?
Not, straight time is also happening in the ARPA office.
Oh,
Not just in security, but it's happening.
right, just clear across the board. I thought that's what I heard you say. So I think we certainly need to look at that too. You know, not just, security. And I bet you anything, why? We're gonna, after we get done here, we're gonna get some calls. But we're gonna do away with security and we're gonna create this flashback, you know, and so it's something that we need to make clear that we will have more discussions on this. That it's not a done deal. Just kind of whoever's gonna be telling it, make sure you say it in that way.
We have Dara and then Steve. I do agree with the reduction in force. What I don't agree with is trying to get HR to find them other jobs because that's their job to find their own. And any other company reduction in force deal, hey, you're on your own. So why are we trying to baby up our membership when we're trying to build strong work ethics? You know, let them build their own up. So I'm down for the reduction in force, but I'm not down for holding their hand and walking them to HR and finding them something else.
Yeah, can you try?
That's just not how it is. Have you ever been reduction in force? They don't care about you. You're gone, buddy. When I was for SVU, I went to work at 7 a.m. to 10:30 for 4 years straight. I averaged about 115 hours every 80, you know. I was over. That's because I was at some English job for years. That's so long that I even graduated college there, you know? And so, I can understand hard work, but what I don't understand is paying somebody $20 an hour to cruise around. And so the reduction in force, he already said it. There's good workers and there's not so good workers. So, you know, I'm down for saving money. But I'm, you know, I'm not gonna baby anybody like that. Come on now, let's be real. Steve Brader.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to make a decision, if we're gonna keep, you know, some of these programs on and try to make them, a full-time permanent carried on after all this funding is gone, or we're gonna have to come up with a plan to how we're gonna go about, letting some people go. But instead of reduction in force, I'd like to kind of look at it as, phasing that program out because the grant money is ending.
Yeah.
Now phasing it out gradually. And, you could probably even put that word out now. Some of you will probably start looking for that. Many places, looking for other opportunities. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I didn't know about this straight time. Every, business I know or every program I've ever worked in had, a schedule. And some of them are like 8 to 5, 8-hour schedules. Some of them were 12, 14, 16, and so forth. But there was always a schedule, and that schedule was always made out to where they would work 40 hours and work weeks. Anything beyond that, that's what we would comp time and all that stuff, overtime sometimes. And so I think to alleviate that straight time, this is the first time I heard about it. We need to demand, start setting schedules for every place, all these programs under the grant, to come up with a schedule for each and every employee that's been paid out of these grants. Now, they're not going to all be 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. For example, the security can be flexible. Emergency type, even that's activated can be flexible. But I think we need to come up with a schedule, and that would eliminate having to work around straight time. Because straight time can be abused, I tell you that. You let someone go unsupervised and not have to clock in or clock out or go by a schedule, believe to me that it will be taken advantage of. That's all I have to say. That makes sense.
Well, we do have a schedule, right? It's been explained that we do have them.
Pardon me?
We do have a schedule.
Yeah. So, when did the free time come in?
Only time we ever did something like that is like, we had, COVID was here, that was a lot of that time, and then like PPP and the storm, that was just recent.
Oh, okay.
So they go by, I only gave 8 hours.
Yeah, we need to go back to that schedule and we need to stick to it, and then, security, every place I've ever been, law enforcement, they didn't have a schedule. Emergency services have a schedule. That's why every program, right, I know, has a schedule that they work with, but that's how you determine their time, and maybe a time and a half or time, that's figured out. So I'd like to see us go back to this. There's a schedule for all.
You have a comment?
Within these programs in ARPA, the administration should be 8 to 5.
For the mass
That's just me, because any other tribal program with their administration, they're 8 to 5. Law enforcement, their admin, 8 to 5. And I know I'm going to stress that within the ARPA, even their secretary of state is straight for
Jordan.
I guess I just have a follow-up comment on that. So Jen, when does the ARC office get straight time, or why? Is it justified?
It was justified at the time when everybody wanted their check right now. I think it's all really all right. You want them now, you don't want them later, so.
But do you sign off on that then? I guess it's just frustrating, being talked to like that all the time. You know what I mean? I honestly feel like there needs to be a sense of respect here. I don't like when we talk like that.
I apologize, but it's the truth.
Why?
You're saying straight up what happened one time then, when the checks would be an issue?
No.
No, that's what she's talking about. Don't be sarcastic about it.
Well, that's what my question was why is it happening and how often is it justified? Because all these other programs, when you work overtime or anything like that, even when I was a cop, I used to have to turn in log sheets to show I went to calls. But all we can sit here and listen to you say, well, yeah, when we want our checks right now, That's frustrating. I'm just trying to hold people accountable because I get held accountable.
Like,
One along the same line with Bert and Jim.
I mean, when you come into this room, and I'm not and trying to attack or be disrespectful, but the comments that you make to us when we're just trying to find justification behind the work that happens up there, there's no reason to come into this room with that kind of attitude and apologizing after the fact. It's been happening since I've been in this seat for over a year and a half. And it's very frustrating that have that be allowed to occur.
I feel like sometimes you guys, are questioning his credibility, his work, ethics as far as what he's saying. So some of the stuff you say can be offensive to him too. So it goes both ways.
It does, but majority of the time, our frustration comes from not knowing what they're doing.
I did make the comment that we were gonna have this discussion when we went over this line items, that we were gonna be good to each other. We're not gonna have this going back and forth and making comments. And so, I'll say right now, let's do that.
Yeah, we
Let's
should.
do that. Thank you. Okay. Okay, is there anything more for Arnold? Now we'll make the decision on that. We'll go back to, our office budget. Thank you, Arnold, for coming in.
Seems like, all right. Yep, thanks, sir.
Okay, we go back to the report, a line item, one by one.
$1,000,000 was budgeted, $76,412.74.
How is that coming along? I mean, are the guidelines pretty strict on them using that money for burials?
They keep using Bureau, reg.
Bureau reg?
And then the only other thing that was in there was under the head code. We have that in there.
Have there been a lot of those for kind of purchasing?
Well, the administrator, I don't know how many actually were there. When it first started, there was a lot of it, but I don't know if it's not.
So for burials, does she only get to use this money to pay for COVID related debt?
I think it's all.
Okay, because I know she still needs money for burials, so I was just wondering if she has this much money in there, it would seem like it could be used for.
Kind of did, instead of just moving on, do we come to the conclusion, are we gonna lower pay, what we're gonna do? I mean,
I said we would come back to that. We'll go back to this, and we'll come back to that. You guys can make a decision on security or whatever you guys want to do. So. Wayne?
Mr. Chair, so, right now, you're just going over line item by line item, correct?
Yeah.
And then are we gonna really have a working session where it's not just shocking off to the cameras?
The way I thought it was gonna happen was request when we started out that we go through our office budget line item by line item.
Okay.
And decide what they can actually cut in each line item. So that's how we was working it. There was a, I don't know if this is still on the floor or not, approve 2340, basically approving their budget from last year's and for this year. But they also recommended that maybe it be dropped by 15%. So they all requested that we go through it line item by line item to see what needs to be cut.
Right, but what I mean is, it's like having some time to actually digest what you read or what was told to you line item by line item, and then having a working session where it's not necessarily on camera, because once you do that,
it's more of, in my thought process, it's more of this reaction. Oh, 300,000, let's cut that down to 150. And then, oh, that one, that's a shocker, let's cut it down 30%. So you have time to actually see how you're going to formulate a plan to address the whole situation. And not just copying because, that can happen, like I said, it just seems like, oh, do something about it. I don't want to do that.
Oh, there goes my right.
They don't wanna give the impression that we're trying to slide something through on you guys, so however you guys wanna do it. You guys wanna go through it, I'll get line item by line item, and then come back and go into another session that actually make those decisions, maybe excuse Jimmy for the day, and then we can do that. We can, make those cuts and.
Well, you can get part of it, you got it, but.
Well, that's what I thought we were doing now. That's what we did.
It looked like we walked into just for debate.
Well, it was just on security. I mean, when Jim was here and we were on anything, we all had concerns of security, what was going on, this and this, blah, blah, blah. So then now here we are, we're going to the budget. And just like this, we're going into detail of, asking Arnold what would he do and all this, and he's talking about cutting. And we're still not doing nothing with it. We're just gonna keep moving.
Next slide.
Yeah, and so it's like, for me, I honestly just wanna go through this and see where we can see that 15% cut on each one of these, rather than an overall. Because if we do it overall, they're gonna take from maybe office supplies. They'll take that 15% out of there, but everything else will stay the same. And it just creates, that cushion that we always talk about, that a lot of people do in their programs when there's not really no service there. So that's why I wanted to go through line item by line item to see if there's any place we can cut that 15%. That's what I thought we were going to do. And when everybody had those concerns with security, that's why we brought them down here to talk about, do we need to downsize the amount that's there? Or do we need to downsize the amount of pay that they get for what they do, what they actually do? So that's what I thought we were doing, but nobody says nothing after we get people here. Kind of mute.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things that I would like to see done is like a notice to the public for all the people that didn't get their 250. All those gift cards were messing up and everything. So there's a lot of people who didn't get their cards yet, and then there's still some people that we missed in terms of getting their checks. And so if we could get that stuff taken care of too, to see what we still owe people, so we can get that out of the way, I think that will help us get some headway there as well, so that we know what we actually have left.
Like direct payment. Before you came, we basically left those amounts in there. Until we can cover it. No, because we still have the 250 remaining to pay.
But that would still be good to see some sort of like public announcement, requesting people to get their names over there to the ARP office, so we can get those out to them.
That was the other thing, remember when we did that, one of the other cost meetings, we asked the chairman to get a hold of Cindy and have her get that report over to our office, the data, whatever, because that's still not done. So,
And she's supposed to have done that, so I talked to her about it. She
because
we'll transfer all that stuff over there. It's gonna stop issuing any kind of cards, or start issuing a check, and then they got that information together and they're supposed to give it to.
well, they're still issuing checks according to Diana back there. They're still issuing checks out of there. And they haven't gotten the data. And they haven't gotten the data to Jim. So that's kind of concerning because now we're, I don't know, the carelessness, I guess you could say, of what that office has done created a big problem. I see.
Okay, we left off at burial assistance. Any questions on burial assistance? Do I have anything else?
Burial assistance. I know that some of the casket rooms she done. I'm carrying my back and committed suicide. I pick it up and there's a real she put casket. Yeah, so
So should we just leave that 76,000 inside of that? Sherry, I was thinking more. I just look nice money,
So are we, I understand we're looking at like all these different, like, right now we're on 507, 204. But I guess my interpretation of going through with the ARPA office budget strictly, because that's what resolution we're supposed to be working on, correct?
All of these fall under that amount.
All of them, so they fall underneath that 1.4 million? Really?
This is the ARPA budget.
No, they don't. No, this is the overall.
That's the overall.
Okay.
But what he's asking for is to be us approve the 1.4 million for the office, which would be the 507, 700 line items, correct?
Right.
That's why I was kind of confused. That's why we're going through the whole budget.
Yeah, I was kind of confused. I stepped out, had a meeting in there with, we got the health care, so I was kind of wondering what you guys are doing. As we say, no budget, are we supposed to just go over
And Russell wanted us to go, we could all be informed.
each budget?
well, we're the ARPA committee, right?
Well, I mean,
Somebody made that motion that day.
Well, I mean, we are, but what he's asking for and what resolution we read in is for the ARPA office strictly. So we can go through that after we work out this stuff, right?
That's good that we're really doing, but we might go in more detail on that.
all right, well, let's move on to the next line item then.
The next one is our solid waste, we gave them 90,558, 2015, 22, there's only $180 remaining there.
If we fund this again, Treasurer, doesn't she have a request for like 52,000? That we owe her for the second, for the community cleanup?
Oh,
She had that resolution that we still owe her for the second community cleanup. And then she needed to use that to pay old bills. But was that like 54, 52,000 or something? Or was it 80?
I don't recall specifically.
But if we fund this, would that be taken out of that or would that be for the Springs community cleanup?
It will come out of unbudgeted for the next year, wouldn't it? I think we're 23.
Well, she not collect from, for that, was it the tribe side or was it tribe side?
Remember he wanted a second cleanup?
They said it was going to be that.
So it was okay. He said Spring Creek had like 100 roll on. What is it?
I just don't understand.
A whole bunch of phone wrappers.
you know, cleanup for, vacation cleanup? Yeah. That's up to the council. I mean, if you wanna, I mean, you had 2 cleanups this last time. It cost a lot to clean up the community. Holy smoke, how many they charge us for roll-offs? I think we could be able to eat some of that cost for cleaning up our community. We should be able to donate some of those roll-offs. We shouldn't have to charge for everything that, I know it's a revenue program, but I think when it's time for cleanup, we all need to do our part. We should get some breaks on it.
Yeah. I've been saying that my whole time. Yeah.
We get like 100 roll-offs down there.
That's secret. No, I mean, I guess that's the thing that they don't understand is it's a tribal program, tribe pays their salaries they're in our budget. And it's part of their job. Why do we gotta pay for a cleanup all the time? I mean, don't you think they'd be just hauling all them roll-offs to these communities, like all the communities pick it up, go dump it. And then it's just like a big trash can is what it is, so. I don't know,
And
those
it's
are
really
just my
trashy.
thoughts instead of.
Remember people always say the landfill is trashy? Well, her regular program budget is budgeted for her weekly pickups or whatever.
Right.
Then she puts in a budget for the community cleanup, and we had 2 community cleanups this year. And that's just extra gas and wages that go out to the landfill that she.
Plus those funds cost more to run than we do for other small activities. So it's an added budget. And it's unreal the amount of time they've had to spend out there digging those new holes. We literally buried.
They dug 3 cells.
They took 3 cells, but you're talking of cells that you can bury this whole building in, and they've done it 3 times. And it's like freaky.
Well, I was told that some of them cells weren't even dug deep enough.
Well, you go down to where it's not shale, but what's that hard rock? Like layer, something's like 60 feet down, and they can only go as far as that because nothing will break through it.
That's that shale.
Is it shale? Yeah.
No, shale can be penetrated.
But anyways, that's why they don't go any further than
I'm just saying, it costs a lot to do a full.
that.
No, you weren't. I'm just kidding. We brought the down.
So there's a CARES, old CARES budget out there, and there's still, we did a PO to solid waste, and that's how these roll-offs. Anyone that requested, that's where we're sending these roll-offs to until we can spend that. Some communities take full advantage of it, others don't even request it. But there's a remaining balance there, and that's how we've been sending out these roll-offs to.
Well, can you write me down and get some more off?
All you have to do is let us know and we'll.
I'm letting you know right now.
Okay.
Write us down.
We'll
Put it by your driveway or?
We'll do it.
Yeah, so I don't have to send an email.
Well,
Just send it.
we sent one just the other day for your community,
Yeah.
I think, Parmalee, Black Pipe. Yeah, so we'll just request them until we expend all of that CARES PO.
And how much do we have in that?
I think there's, last I checked, it was like 15 to 20,000 remaining, and it's a different price because it's different. The next one is 5072, school clothing order. There's 39,489.99 remaining in there.
Is that where the fall hunter and the 250 is going to come out of, or is this a?
Remember, originally we put 10 mil in here. Then we changed it to 1 year, 1,250,000, and then moved the 8 mil, 750 over to individual assistance. So we could pay out the 1,250.
Oh.
So what Judy did was, he did a mod to this to pay the cleaning checks out of here.
So this isn't 39. Or it is 39. The mod, did the mod come out from this 39, so this really isn't 39, or?
No, the available balance is still the same, but she added more money into that line item to pay out some of the children, the check for the school clothing.
Okay, so the 39, can we move that back into the ARPA budget, or would you rather leave it?
I think you need to leave it, but she still got some people in her.
We have all those ones yet that haven't got that.
The next one is the $20,000.
Oh, for the.
1,000 for each community.
So who didn't get theirs?
The treasurer's office would do that.
Well, Chris,
That motion that was just made,
Yeah,
the checks were all delivered today.
okay, there's $1,000 balance, so somebody didn't receive theirs, so
When we're at the printed.
From the village?
Was it envelope though, because we don't have propane and the rest that, so we don't hire, they would allow it to be. Or should let it just be as well.
It could be, possibly. Taylor handled the payment, I can find out.
Yeah, so that would probably just be zero, right, Jim? Yeah.
I think it will be taken care of. Let's go deal.
So that EPP emergency, that 507-300, that one there, which one is that one?
Remember, there was two of them done on that, I remember, because of thunderstorms, so I think originally it was 160-300. I'll have to look at those meeting minutes, but it was originally 200, and then we added 140 more. Remember Bob had that take care of, I think it was a rainstorm or something that caused that. But you gave that to Bob to take care of.
Was it a windstorm or something?
It might have been.
It's like a bunch of homes got taken off their,
Great line.
yeah,
Great line.
lines. So we're looking at 15 and then? That wind that came by Scott's house.
Yeah. It's talking. Thought I was gonna get blown over, and I did, it's not the blocks, but it was quiet before that happened, so I think it was a small twister that got me, but I thought I was gonna roll over. That bike pole in the back stopped it from tipping over, so that's what happened.
You know, there's still, Mr. Chair, there's still one family that's awaiting, their trailer to be, repaired from those straight lines.
Yeah.
And that's, Taylor here, our secretary. Her trailer house, they picked it up, but it's not level. And then it actually blew windows out on one side.
Although we had some record-breaking winds in April.
That one that roof cool off, Wayne, is that one that roof cool off in Oak Creek? That one in Walker Field? Mhm.
Did he say something?
I don't skip there.
Brother Scott? They did it, bro. They put it back on.
It was like full half of it was gone. So that 507.301, that roof repairs, that one there has a balance of 2 million and that, what is the job?
Of contracting office, that one and the next one down interior, exterior, he still has, a couple of years in there. We just got started this year, or Jim just started it.
So,
Big resolution.
I thought there's, that budget for that was like 10 million or something.
No, if you look at 2021, 312, there's a total budget or, that resolution was passed, or I want to say like 30 million. And it includes all of this SWA repairs and building those homes.
So these need to be left alone too,
Yeah.
right? So then now we're at PMO.
The next one is PMO. He's getting down there. I don't know if there was a budget submitted for that or not. $7,000 remaining and around $1 to come forward.
PMO, 3 minutes.
Brianna?
I think you got a lot, you got a little bit down. I don't really know, you know. She administered it, so that's why I don't know. There's a lot of. There's no questions, I'll move on to the 22,250, that's for the homes. I think Wayne's gonna be bringing in a resolution for it. And
This one's the ones that are set on. We're really done.
I think you're gonna do a resolution and
Is this for the, oh, right. Is this part of the, what, what do you call it? Buildings, SWA or, what is it called?
Yeah, HTC.
OHDC, this is that budget, right?
yeah,
For the 20, or was it 100 homes?
yes.
Which number is it? The 507.304.
Okay.
So I think Wayne's got a resolution to approve the materials for 10 homes.
Yeah.
And, we'll probably have to do, as they continue building 10 homes at a time for the materials.
That's 22 million.
That's out of that 22 million.
How much is that material?
That material resolution, I think is, I want to say 655,000.
Oh, okay. Russell, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think we heard the other day, and maybe I'm just hearing, but, I know we, spending with Mark 100 houses, and then they said, well, they're going to bid 5 and they're up, then, what takes the first one? And another 5 for, law enforcement. But the other remaining 90, we might not be able to build that.
According to that, the number dropped down, like 79 or something like that, but, depends on what kind of plan we do, how much the materials cost at the time that we buy it.
Right.
And so, right now, Wayne has a resolution back there to secure some materials from, local building products, and are giving us the materials cheaper at a cheaper price, so we're getting a good deal from them, so as soon as we get to that, I'll bring that resolution in. And then, Sioux was working on a plan for, like, maybe that we can use as a guide, help us make our decision on what we want to do, who gets those houses, what we're gonna do. So I should have told that yesterday, so we'll get to that. Mark, I appreciate you bringing that up, so.
I should be recording.
So Jim, on that 507,304, that's the new homes, right? Yeah, that's the 22.2 million.
Yes.
Okay, so then the next one, home renovations, 305, 507,305.
Yeah.
There's no line item for that. How much have we expended in that?
We haven't expended anything, that's part of SWA. I think they were gonna build an $800,000 building. And then the other 200 is for their interior, exterior, or renovations and like for SWA homes.
But didn't you guys do the whole Western renovation?
Yeah, but this was strictly SWA.
Oh.
As we go down through this, we're gonna see SWA.
A part of that plan was, SW asked for some of the ARPA money to fund them to renovate, I think it was like 45 boarded up homes. They will have to go through the process, and so we thought that the ARPA construction office could take that on as far as using contractors or bringing contractors in, do that work for them. So we're helping out housing by doing that. We also, we're doing something with some type of building.
Right, this is the building.
Yeah, okay.
So I know that Jim reported that, or not Jim, sorry, Gary reported the 93 homes and that's a part of it, but, their biggest problem was, their regulations. So whoever gets contracted, are they they won't have to follow?
They're gonna bypass it. That was the purpose of doing it.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. We should have put their money in that same pot and took it out of SWA and have them pay for that. What I was thinking.
Civilians are money. Wow, I think we could have, because they would have, that's the part that the money that they received from the government. Because I don't think it could have been the side of revenues. They could be released there.
So that 1 million, SWA,
Right?
507, 305, that's part of SWA. You turn the page, 507, 306, 307, and 308 are also SWA for furnaces, for roofing, and interior exterior. And that's to rebuild, to fix all the houses up there.
Are they just for SWA houses?
Yes. That resolution 312, that's that big resolution that covered like 30, I want to say 38 mil or something. It has all the houses in and everything. SWA construction office. So 507, 306 is the ARPA construction office. And they're also part of that big resolution. And their budget is probably ended. So I covered 507, 307, 308, and 309. They're all SWA. $507, 400. That one was premium pay. Budgeted only what we paid out, but it's not really there. 507, 500. Water and sewer. We had a brief discussion on this the last meeting.
Oh, sorry. Right, Russell.
Yeah, backing up a little bit. So, when we have, all the allocation to SWA, what was the full amount?
312, I want to say it was like 38 million, some 100,000. 30 million, that's the purchase of the homes. It was, had SWA in there and it had ARPA construction office.
That's what we know for SWA.
Well, 3.8, 4 million. So if you take the total of all of those, 4 million.
Okay, because they're in 1 million increments, and then we go back to the other page and there's another million.
It's a 4 million.
Yeah, 4 million.
So what's the 5.7 million?
That's the construction office.
Okay, so is that, how much is that then extended to renovations?
That's the actual office.
Oh, that's just for running off?
Yes.
Okay. You have a breakdown of the, what you've extended in construction?
We mean,
Projects that are on SWA?
You go back to 507, 301, 302, roof repair and interior exterior. 3.3 was budgeted for roof. There was 1.3 expended, there's 2 million remaining in that one. The interior exterior 2.8 was budgeted. 1.2 was expended, and there's 1.667 remaining in that one. 301 and 302.
Okay. And what kind of timeline do they have? For the next one, 2025?
Yeah, 25. Yeah, I left off that union thing. We only budgeted what we spent. And then 507, 500 is water and sewer. And there's 74,000 remaining in that one. Our last meeting, we kind of touched on briefly.
Is that the one where I said it looked like we're just supplementary their pay?
We have 2 people that are paid in there. And I talked to Young and said he would be coming forward with the budget at some point.
So you're only doing 200 and you're not doing 400.
So 250 budgeted, so he was gonna mod that 74,000 remaining to cover his red line items and send it a little bit.
I mean, but that's basically what red is, the travel employees, that
Yeah.
4,000.
Yeah. He was gonna modify it. Okay, the ARPA 507, 600, loss of revenue. We originally budgeted 15,500,000. This was for 20. We paid 15,468,175.05. It left $1 million in there. So we put in a budget mod to move that $1 million to indirect. Because anytime you have employees, you gotta pay indirect, which is tribal government expense. So if it's at 23 or 25%, and you have $1 million budget, you're gonna spend $250,000 a year. So I just moved that whole thing over to indirect. Had Scott sign it, you can pick Diana, try looking at it, try wait and see, guys are doing good stuff.
Now, when you move that to indirect, did that give those programs that pay indirect, does that cover them for the indirect payments that we haven't received at all from these programs yet?
No, this is just strictly for ARPA. The indirect costs are strictly from ARPA salaries to the indirect costs. And I don't know if you need anything for that, Diana, or not. It's still sitting there.
It is pretty a big, very long, there was reverse on being in.
Resolution?
Well, motion works.
So the motion will read, motion to allow for a budget mod in the amount of $1,031,824.95 to be moved from loss of revenue to indirect ARPA salary.
ARPA indirect cost, which is 507.01.
I'll second. You don't have to be done. Yes, I'll second.
Can we get Eileen to withdraw the motion to approve 2340, then you can make your motion. Okay, I'll withdraw it and we'll go back, but the resolution withdraw. Withdraw it, okay, but,
Okay.
I don't know, John.
Motion to move $1,031,824.95 from the ARPA lots of revenue into ARPA indirect 507.701. Second.
Second by Lisa, question by Vanessa. All in favor?
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
You could ask your question. What's the ARPA indirect? Sorry, I was working on.
Well, anybody that gets paid out of ARPA, there's an indirect cost rate applied to it, and it goes back to the run tribal government.
Okay, 14, 15,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Okay. Okay, that should be, that's all right.
So another increase.
Just want to remind you that this morning, you know, Ruffin, they're bringing that resolution on. And they said, Sanford and McCarthy were the orders, and there was an argument about it. But we did the same thing, just now, and to remind you that
Okay.
sometimes they need to, yeah.
But they found a horse.
So they found a horse. Yeah. Exactly.
It's an old tired.
Say that.
Way back again.
507-601 was loss of revenue for 22 for that 5 million. And there is a report on that 5 million, your first page. And the next one is on that resolution 2023-40, the ARPA office.
How many employees do you have over there? 8.
What happens with our office again? That was 700.
Any questions?
Who are your?
Russell?
I think somebody needs to help me with Christmas. But if you had 8 employees and you're paying off $700 and some $1,000, that's kind of close to 90 grand a piece.
We had more people in there at one time. Never, start taking the hats and all of that over here. We haven't been.
When we look at your pay scale,
Not what?
Was the extra help with, when we had the extra help down here at the annex to distribute the checks, was that paid out of your office too? The contractual?
Yeah.
I have the pay scale here, but I don't know about distributing it out to everybody since there's been so many weeks. But if we can go through, who all do you have working up there? There's Travis Jansen.
You have, I mean, is there a rule to make it, to give in the salaries to the council?
Okay, around.
Is there a rule? I don't know.
ARPA committee though.
Yeah, well, you're ARPA committee, yeah.
I mean,
Who all works up there though, Jim? There's you, Travis Jackson, Cecilia Firecloud, Billy Two Eagle, Sheila Kona, Yvette Corey.
He's, no, we're the rest up there. Heath and Leah.
Keith Bobo, Leah Corbear, Bone Shirt.
No.
Melvin. Oh, and Melvin. Melvin's the nicest.
Melvin.
Oh, he's a contract employee?
That wasn't, I'm not very. Just.
I think, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, that, you know, she has this and be good to everyone to look at it. That's the biggest problem that is going on here is that, what I should say, biggest concern is how much they get an hour, who's getting what an hour, and that'd be good to see. But I get a text from Shorty Border, he's saying that he has our office budget, and our 10,000 was a drop in the bucket compared to that, and it's very concerning. Who the heck gave that to him? So bad that you're supposed to away. This went out because somebody feels the need to give these guys that want to trash us. They don't even know what big money means, but boy, they get this and run with it. Everyone thinks we have $5 million, and boy, that's going to give them $2,500. They don't have that. $5 million is really a lot of money to them, so they think they're going to get $2,500. They don't understand that. And then we get somebody like Shorty that's everywhere. He texts me personally on the Facebook, you know, and I didn't even answer him, but gee, I just can't not get this, that people are just leaking these things out. They feel the need to share. You know,
did he offer any cuts?
You know, there's a 300 people upstairs. Sent out, and it'll be out there again. Man, we can't do that here. It's just terrible.
yeah, so all the dialogue that's going on last night on our phone, you know, we keep blaming the Buffalo, but I think if there's one serious, at least one by year, maybe it should be all the plans outside of baskets or something.
Yeah, I agree.
And, you know, and see where it leads us. And, I know somehow word got out that there might be a couple of councilmen that are doing this. I think we should own up to it, you know, I mean, this has been going on forever. It's always been that way. There was a time when I used to vote against the executive session because what good was it, you know? It's obvious. You know, and somebody said, well, maybe it's an inquiry. Well, we have some techs over there, we pay them good money. Come in here and look for that. If there is anything attached in there, but it was even prior to us having all this technology in here, it was still like that, you know? So I at some point, I bet anything, you know, some of the things we're discussing here today, watch, it's gonna come back and bite us in the butt. Or somebody's gonna be out here wanting to know when they're laid off, you know, that kind of thing. So why? It's gonna happen. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't tell Eileen anything because she has direct contact.
Maybe I should find out.
That's how I feel it is. I don't feel it's a Buffalo war, but I feel it's one of them.
Yeah.
Are we gonna make any corrections on our office budget? What are we gonna do? know, the pool sent out a letter to, email to Jen to see if it was a violation of their privacy if we give out their salary information, so they didn't get back to you, right?
Well, that was, remember when the group text, I scared everyone's salary and remember at the beginning, trying to get everyone and she messaged me back on February 1st and she said, let me check on this and get back to you. I'm sure department titles and employee names can be used, but I don't know about the salary for it. Can violate their privacy. But she never got back after that, so I didn't know. They should be sharing their salary and
Rst salary.
But also,
Yeah, that don't make sense, you know, we're approving budget. And, you know, if these supervisors are making, you know, outrageous salaries, and we don't know about it, you know what? It don't make sense to me. You know, we are the ARPA board. I don't need to see names, I just need to see salaries, you know, because
right, you don't have to have their name, you just could just be positions or just the amounts coming down. Or top to bottom.
And if one compliment can have the privilege of having that, why not us?
No, I mean, I agree that we all should see it. That's why I'm passing it around. I just don't feel comfortable with everyone having a copy because of everything that has been leaked and.
It's only a percent shorting.
Like you guys say, you know, you have a picture or a screenshot of something right away once we get it out there, but,
Let me see if my picture taking.
Jim, can you let us know what all's under, 66,000 contractual? What all contracts?
Whitley Business for Each Solution.
Is that like Whitley and
Yes.
Melvin's big under that.
Melvin?
Yeah.
Gee, what did it say, $1 employee is going. Oh, there's only 250 left in there, right?
Yeah. I have an issue too. When the $10,000 became like a motion or whatever, then, like it went back to finance, and within a few minutes, I got a message from a tribal member, and she told me everything that went down with finance and us. And so, it was kind of strange. She blocked me right after, but after message and everything in there is what we talked about, an executive with that finance officer in here. So, you know, there's a big discrepancy there. Just the other day, I had a check deposited and then I had to go to an appointment, and the monitor didn't enter in the stuff. So it appeared that I had money in my account, but I didn't. And I took calling Wells Fargo, and then Wells Fargo had to come call our finance, and they're like, oh, okay, I made a mistake. All right, whatever. But it seems to me that, you know, there's loose lips amongst here, or some keyboard warriors, and we have finance that's against us as well. So I don't know what to do about that. You know, you keep saying that one of us is the lead, but, you know, we have a whole department that upnears us too. So I wanted to raise that issue because, you know, my travel monitor, I turned in all my stuff and she sent me this series of emails that I was late, she's going to take it. And I said, I'm not delinquent, I turned everything in. Well, I'm taking $200 out right now. So I said, well, as fast as you can take it out, I hope you can put it back in because I am not delinquent. And, you know, I addressed her as professional as I could because she wasn't professional to me. And I didn't even get oh, I'm sorry, the paperwork's right here, I'm sorry. None of that. Just coldness when I walked by that office. So, you know, maybe we need to set some guidelines with finance because obviously things are getting leaked, and they don't like it. And I'm over that. It's like, come on, I went to high school and I got out in 1995 and I'm trying to step back and all that drama, especially with women that are older than me. So I just, you know, I want to air that out because I think it's a big issue And with the executive sessions getting leaked, yeah, that's a big problem too. So, you gotta consider the people that are telling it back though. You know, look at those relationships and the communication lines. But I want to stress that, the election gal that was in here yesterday, you know, as soon as she said she walked out of executive, somebody already harassed her, said, well, I heard that you reported me. You know, when we start messing around and jeopardizing people's lives with them getting bullied and threatened and attacked, that's where we have to kind of look at ourselves like, you know, are you gonna really let this woman get beat up? Lisa?
Just to let everybody know, that I think I mentioned it yesterday, but we did talk about that in budget and finance, about the information coming out of the finance office, and we did have the CFO in here, and she didn't know if any of her employees had ever signed a confidentiality form, and they haven't since she was hired here. So we asked her to do that because we have program directors calling council reps knowing if they got a TELP loan. Or, you know, I got a call from a director this morning knowing that somebody got a council donation and why we gave them a donation. And these are people that don't even work in finance, and it's just getting out of hand. So I don't know, maybe the treasurer and you can sit down with the CFO and have them sign confidentiality forms and the HR or something, because it's just getting out of hand how they know how much is coming out of there. So even there's a couple of issues with the monitor, with a couple of monitors back there that we talked with Myrna about, and she's gonna handle it internally. But I think we need to change our.
Kind of what she told me yesterday, because I brought this whole issue up again yesterday. So we can't have people telling things, people's business out of that office back there. She's supposed to have a meeting. She's supposed to kind of do some restructuring on how information gets out of there.
Who has access
Just
to.
trusting her to take care of it. So, okay, I didn't talk to her about it yesterday again. I said I had a few things going on out of there about my business as well. So I wasn't very happy with that either.
I know they said you bought about 6 roses. You gotta pay her like that.
I mean,
I just wanted to say, I wish they could add in there and see if it's, legal to put in their confidentiality form that they'll be, what do you call it, action, disciplinary action, if they find out where it came from. And us, we should sign something, and we already know that this is an ethics violation. This isn't ethical, so it's an ethics violation. And back in the day when Robert was on, there was an issue that happened, and that's what they were going to do with this one council rep, because it led back to that one council rep. And they were going to put ethics on that person. So I guess from there, they kind of redressed that, and that probably stopped it. So if that happened here, then it comes back, and it comes back to that person, and then there's an investigation, and there's really reliable sources of how it got back to that one person. There should be ethics for them. Maybe we talked about how ethics can go. Maybe you won't get ousted, but you'll get whatever. And, you know, nobody wants their name out there. Maybe you get told all this, you know. And so maybe that will stop it, because they're no stopping it.
Management, you might ask Eric.
You're gonna have to use a hard chair with me.
Can we ask this? Can we have them sign a confidentiality agreement? It should already be one as a political.
Okay, now going back to, when we were talking about security guard, kind of, open, does that apply, I can't remember the term, where they put in so many hours, they're just flat.
Straight time.
Straight time.
Straight time.
Straight time. Is that happening with, our tribal COVID people? True?
Our father?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to make a motion to prohibit any ARPA program from utilizing straight time now.
Or my share, question Micah. All in favor?
Motion?
Any ARPA program, they're not getting straight time. Not really straight time, so.
Time works, right?
Do you wanna, add,
Big time overtime.
then submitting,
All that, right?
works good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's gonna, be all.
Will that include the construction office too? Like,
Well,
when you
it's our
start,
contract, right? I'm just talking about,
just the ARPA office?
not just them, but whoever gets paid out of ARPA programs, but I think that the construction guys are all contracted, right? Contractual? Besides Jim and,
Jim and Brian, and the inspectors.
yeah, but everybody else should be kind of 8 to 5 office staff, right?
You would think that,
I guess that's where it's coming from. I just feel like if you're in an office and you're working from 8 to 5, then that's what you do. You don't kind of milk it, That's just my feelings. You guys can vote it up to them.
all right, we got a question, so let's vote on it. All in favor? This is for what?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Start over.
Start all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed,
1,
not voting,
1.
carried.
Clarification, that was as amended, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You're including what?
Steve, yeah, Steve,
Did you include schedule in it?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if that was included.
Okay.
Did you vote on it?
Is there any more questions on the ARPA office budget?
You still have to clarify.
That's why I didn't vote.
Big time.
How many copies did you make under the copy of the package?
Okay, that's we're on the ARPA. Office budget, Penny, can you bring that back on the floor? Motion to approve 23, 40. 40? 40, yeah, 40. Need a second.
That's the question by Darren.
Now, we're just getting it on the floor again, so we can make changes to it on the floor.
Whereas funding for the operation of the ARP office will be at last year's budget for the CARES office at $1,433,166.18, and a budget for the ARP office shall continue at the present amount, $1,433,166.18 for FY 2023, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council exercises its constitutional authority and formally establishes and continues to fund the Rst ARP office for FY 2023 at the present budget amount of $1,133,966.18.
Okay, any changes to their budget?
I have, earlier when we were discussing this too, somebody brought up the issue of maybe cutting them at 15%. That's not including this, but.
No, I can't be, no, that was sweet. As amended, I think it was a $200,000 cut, right?
214,974.
We're just at 15%, so we put that in the resolution. Or we just do
It
that.
could be any percentage, but that was a discussion earlier.
What was that?
974?
We could just put that 15% and then 974.
Okay, 974. That's it.
Noted. Okay, I'm gonna ask one more time, 15%, how much was that?
214,974.93.
214,974, how many cents?
93.
93 cents. Okay. Okay, anybody need to know that amount again? I'll say it.
She's finally wrote it down.
Increase that budget by that amount.
What was that again?
So it'll be 1.4.
18, 191, and
More questions, more discussion. Right here.
Are we gonna decide where the cuts are, or are we gonna leave it at the gym, or is the council gonna sit here and go through and make those decisions? Or recommendations?
That was the director.
Travis is the director, so he'll make those cuts if you leave it up to him, he'll make it cuts.
What is the council wanna do?
Leave it up to him. I think a director always usually is the one that's in usually, so, because they know where they need to cut.
I guess one thing that I wanna talk about too is, and this isn't just for ARPA, but all around, I think we need to get a control on all the employee recognition and all the awards and all the bonuses and all the, what's the other words we use? Incentives, yeah. I think the personnel committee needs to come back with a recommendation, because the manual is 2 per year. And then that always gets changed. So we're breaking a law when we're doing that. We're not following an ordinance whenever we do that. And I guess looking at the employee recognition here, $50,000 employee recognition for the employees. They're in one month. That's how much?
This isn't the security included?
No, they have their own line item. So divided by the. 7 divided by 7.
What was the other word? Honorarium?
Yeah, honorarium. But
I want a council gratuity though. You know, they just want to.
because, we got fried over $10,000, but it came to like 7,800 after the taxes and whatnot. But if you divide that 50 by 7 employees, that's $7,142 per employee. And then it looks like all but 7,000 was expended, 7,900. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention, and I like what we're doing here, and I think we need to do this with all the budgets, and maybe we should all make it mandatory for council to attend budget and finance committee meetings when we start reviewing the budgets. Because like Councilman Eaglebear said, we should be able to see what employees make, and not to be nosy, but to make good judgments. We're approving budgets blindly, and I said that the last time we approved these budgets. What if there's a program that's top heavy? And what if that person who works there has been there for many years? What if we want to offer them like a severance pay for them to, start over or retire? And then we can really cut that budget down, especially since the 38 budgets haven't been getting any increases since the 90s. So I think it's just the responsible thing to do.
I mean,
Just want to kind of they didn't get their bonuses that were in the manual afterwards past what they were supposed to get, but they did get honorariums. They did get other things that were all different to be able to get that. So in our meeting, then personnel meeting, then we got the whole and one of I want the employees to be able to have a good professional day that's coming up, because we should these secretaries, assistants, they really make that program run, and they we always say that, oh, we really got one with our tribe, because they do everything that makes everything, the audits come good, because they're really, they help the directors to make things go right. So you really should have a good dinner, so you're gonna have a good dinner, and we talked about a 250, incentive at that time, if they have it in their budget. So then there's that. Then in the manual, there's a 250, there's 1,500, end of the year, bonus they could get. But we're looking at, years of service, it's not even a color bonus, but honorarium, and we're looking at, years of service honorarium, the tribe never did that. So we need to, keep the morale up for the employees, and we need to, show off. People want to be appreciated. All they want is just to be recognized, and that makes them feel good, and it makes them do better in their job. There's that morale. So that's what we're doing, and we're talking about how much one employee gets. No one got 7,000 this year. However, that was figured. No one got the 7,000 in honorariums all year, bonuses or whatever. However, that was figured. It's not figured right. So, they're not gonna get that much, but whatever they get, especially these ones that have way lower, salaries, they are already, those ones, really deserve it, and they really need it. We just want to cut them off right away because, this big amount is this, and, if they're allowed to use it in their budget, then they should be able to. So I'm really for that. But anyway, that's a discussion we're going to bring into the personnel, and then we'll bring it to the floor and we discuss that there.
We have Wayne, we have Lisa, and then Diana was raising her hand back there. Wayne. The little bus is a lot.
We're asking Jim all these questions, but it was interesting before Eileen got up and we were talking about the council is the one to really do the planning for this ARPA budget cuts and stuff like that. But then 3 council reps said we usually leave that up to the director to tell us kind of where they think they strategically could do some trimming and
with their programs.
With
like other directors with their program.
Yeah, and we're asking Jim, he's supposed to just be the money counter. I don't know if you've identified anything like that yet, because we haven't thrown out, I guess, this morning, I guess. But at the same time, we're cuts. Has he identified any cuts to kind of say, hey, we could do this here, this here, this here? Otherwise, we're just spitballing, correct?
Right, for sure, it's gonna be contractual insurance, because our insurance is real high. We paid for those vehicles when they were purchased, but they're not in our budget, so insurance will probably be zero. We gotta pay insurance for the building. That's it.
How much is that of savings of the insurance?
No. Well, we got 214, 974, 93, so. That can be a good portion of that.
Yeah, good, that's for sure.
At least 60,000, I don't know what the building is.
Lisa? When we gave all the workers that were hired to distribute checks at the annex and up at that blue building, that Quonset building, when we gave them bonuses, is that part of your budget too?
Yes.
Out of this employee recognition one, or?
Yes.
And then
We had a lot of other people that helped with all of that. So.
because you had those lines, those alphabetical lines, and all the workers that worked up there. And then, I think under your ARP office, remember we had all those volunteers that wanted to get paid? Was that out of your office, or did we pay that out of stuff?
Which volunteers?
Like,
Nobody volunteers.
I don't know, they're paid workers. There's a lot of requests for that, so you know.
Laughing. For $25.
That's the one. And they also got hazard pay too. That was that paid out of yours?
It's an issue. You to address today.
Yeah.
I remind everybody that we're looking at that been out, like for your employee recognition, that's for 2 years. This, but put out was for 2 years, like today. Oh, that's it, like expenditures from last year, and it's
Redo your announcement. So when you just say no, she doesn't.
Any more questions?
I want to say something. Did somebody want to talk 3 minutes on me? I'm going to say no, I'm good. That's it. Remember that. Sat
One.
So I guess my question is, she made that clarification that all this expenditure is for the last 2 years, not 1 year. Does the council still want to include that? No.
Or should it be 30?
None of them know who low paid employees are. Yeah, just look at that paper. Nobody below $20.
Diane, was that just for the employee recognition or for everything under there? Everything?
I have a question about that.
I mean,
I'm sure.
sure.
3 minutes.
This is a 2-year budget, then this 1.4, was that really what they used in a year? Is that? It's half, but that's. So what I'm wondering is, we're saying 1.4, it's all good, that's what they need, but then this was a year and a half. So if we budget this at a year, is it gonna really be an excessive amount at the end of the year?
Gonna carry over.
Yeah, and if it carries over, then that'll kind of cushion you into the next year, because by then, we're gonna have some, financial problems in this, but so at least I have that little cushion. That's what I'm looking at, because here's what I'm really getting at. Oh, gee, we funded them at 1.4 million, there's only 8 employees, how can that be? So it's not really, in 1 year, it's gonna be 1.4, but it's gonna be probably a year and a half as what this is looking like. Then if we don't even spend 15%, at least they'll have that whole amount for that year and a half. And I think we shouldn't do the 15%, we should just leave it right where it's at, so that they can carry into the next, and they'll have that. They're not gonna go wild on this money since they have it. They're just gonna spend it like they did before, and it'll be here.
We have Sharon and Gordon.
Wayne, it was under 3 minutes, my this before your clarification.
So I guess, Jim, if you could just clarify for us, what's the actual amount of money that you're operating for the remainder of the year? Like, what would that be? Because we're seeing this total lump sum, and then we're getting told it's for 2 years. So if we approve this, they're gonna approve this year and FY 24?
I think it carries over, it will go into 24.
It's not a full year.
For the full year?
Like the 6 or 8 fund, it'll carry over until we're fully done with them. Until it's, well, probably this time next year, I'll probably be in here again, maybe even sooner because it's a little bit less, but it's gonna carry over through the fiscal year. And Diana, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's gonna carry over.
We have job applications.
He's correct. So whatever budget is governing body decides which month. It will be, and then it's gonna keep going. I mean, if there's a balance at the end of September, it's still gonna keep going. And then I'm sure, I'm not exactly sure if expenses, no longer able to be working in late or something. So sometime next fiscal year, they'll come back in. She'll find. Okay, but, I'm expecting that it'll be lower.
And then do you, I know you're not the CEO there, but is there a plan as far as, decreasing the amount of employees and phasing specific things out as they're not needed?
As they're completed, yes, as we go along, that's going to eventually happen, because there's going to be less people playing in on their checks, and all of that stuff that we need, as we go along, we don't have.
Okay, the reason why I'm bringing it up is we put aside $5 million for the storm, and then we're like, don't spend the whole $5 million, and then we did. You know, so if we approve this and then we're like, you tell us, I'm not trying to call you a liar or anything or say whatever, things happen.
There was a lot.
So, yeah, so don't be through it. But not. What I'm saying is, if we approve this and then you verbally say, oh, we won't spend it all, you know, and then we're going to do that, but then it's not written down in the plan form. And the new council comes in and, then it all gets expended and we don't have the savings that we really wanted to try to have. So I think that, like, that's my concern, is I would like to see a realistic budget. If Travis could recreate that with a plan that shows the reductions, but when you're anticipating those to happen. Does that make sense?
It's on a realistic budget with decrease.
With the plan for the, like, phasing out, yeah.
Jordan and Janelle.
I guess I was the one that brought up the 15% cut, and it was because we cut everybody else's budget by 15%. That was my thinking on it, so I don't understand why cutting their budget by 15% would be that big of an issue. And then, I guess I'm not saying anything against you, but it would just be nice to have the CEO here with you when we're discussing these things, because and he's the one who's gonna have to say, yes, I'm gonna cut it from here, instead of you having to go back and relay the information, right? It would just be nice, like, to have him here, because that's his duties.
We started off, we had a really bad morning, down there. Right, first thing this morning, we had some drama. So that's why.
Another question over here.
I have Neil, and you go ahead, because he addressed it. I get worried about the phasing out and what the plan was, because they're gonna be moving forward with less employees, and I don't think that they need that big of a budget if they're gonna start cutting.
If we're in a real bad shortfall and we're trying to cut budgets to get you by on your paycheck right now, what about next year? Like, I thought we put enough money aside for you guys to operate for 4 years.
Got only the construction office. When our budgets were approved, it was only for ours and security and razor. And the only thing here in construction is proposed there, they did it for the duration.
So I mean, don't you think that we had better at least save some money to pay you guys for another year?
I've been saying that, but
I mean, strategically, and that's what the CEO should have been telling us, right? And then you should have been coming down already saying, hey.
Yeah, I've kind of been saying that.
We get into 2 months.
You know, the 1.2, you know, and this came from our accountant was, you know, the 1.2 this year, and then at least 2.5, and I said it this morning, was to go to the all way to the end. Just like Sarah to go for 2 years, and I've been responding to the whole ID for 2 years. Hopefully I've done with them last week on vehicles, trailers, and salaries. There's all these questions, so I've been responding to them. No, I just spent out hopefully the end on the 13th. So ARPA, I don't know, I can't tell you, I can't answer how far it's going to be extended. Eric got extended all the way till March of this year. And that was what we done in December of 21.
Yeah, December. So, but what they're asking for a budget right now would be for fiscal year 23, all the way through 23 to part of 24. So we'll have a discussion. I mean, at least.
Let's score on it.
Okay, call for the question.
Derek.
My God, Darren.
What happened now, or comment or whatever. So, as Jim's been explaining and stuff, he's made a couple of comments, looking through the line items here that, like, the insurance could be taken out, I think. There was another one also in here that we talked about taking some money out of. So, I guess I would like to motion to table this until the 22nd and have Travis go through and clean up that budget of what they can take out, what shouldn't be included in there because they don't have employees or hard run under them anymore. So clean it up and then bring it back on the same side.
But don't you have to have something in there right now to cover your payroll? Yeah. Before the 22nd. You have the numbers, Laura.
I never this time won't bring it back on the 22nd for us to review. But I approve it now.
Yeah, but their payroll isn't.
I approve it now, then what show us to look at, they could bring back on the 23rd. Well, if we approve it now, there's no point in review.
Yeah, then there's.
Shut up, it's some minutes. That happened with the draft ARPA. Honestly, we'll review the Jerry, so I was okay, and then voted yeah, and then.
Then we can come with a headache, and then all of a sudden we're way late. Like it's.
I don't want to do it wrong, and I don't want them stressing out either. But I don't want to do it. Get paid. Thank you.
Okay, Russell.
Don't second that.
Darren, you should say,
Was there a motion?
It's a going down, some
Motion table by Jordan, seconded by
Micah.
Table by Micah.
Oh, this is.
Seconded by,
Don't we have that other one on the floor, and we should have had over?
then you can motion to table that. That's the table.
Oh, there was
One motion to table this resolution that was before.
Okay.
Now, revise it, make it back, that we should say.
Motion to table.
Second by Russell. Got a second? Any question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, there's no discussion on the table, so. Question by Jordan.
Can you repeat that motion, please?
You vote in the table, and bring it back next week.
On the 22nd, but like what Jim said,
All the changes, like, revised budget.
what are we meeting tomorrow?
Yeah, we are.
They can do it tomorrow, March the 22nd?
We get something done by tomorrow, bring it back.
Very, well.
Okay.
Oh,
Or end it tomorrow. We need a question.
Is it gonna be tomorrow? Yeah.
We'll on another meeting, so. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Not voting.
4.
Okay, I'm not holding that. I missed it.
It's good, it's the vote.
Table?
Yeah, three not voting.
How many opposed?
One.
Hey, that was, no, there is no two.
2 opposed.
I mean, you opposed? Oh, no, I'm voting in favor.
Three, four, five, six, seven, eight,
Your shoulder.
9, 10,
Me waiting for you guys.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Opposed? Raise your hand. 2.
Voting. 15-1.
15-1. Russell.
Carry. Russell.
Motion to read the.
Chairman,
When it's recess.
Third.
Okay?
Chairman,
Yeah.
before we read that, earlier, remember I was trying to make some motions and we were talking about putting a cart before the horse and one in our attorney.
Oh, yeah.
So, I guess, can I go back to those before we leave, so that way at least we can start looking at drafting?
15 minutes.
I hope so.
Okay.
Ready, set, go. My first one is to draft a resolution regarding, the original member list that started from DIA, drafting that resolution and including in there the Constitution under Article 4, Section 1, subsection B.
Second by Lisa.
And you have to, Steve.
Just having the, getting the original member list from DIA.
The original members.
The original member list. Yeah,
You're asking for the baseball.
yeah, because they,
Baseball.
yeah, because they started from DIA first.
And I have a question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Opposed? 0. Voting? 0.
Okay.
Okay, and then drafting another resolution authorizing a 5 to maybe 10 member team to be able to retrieve data reflecting the first resolution that I'm having to draft on recovering that information back from Kansas. So what do you guys call it? The depository? Yeah, the depository.
Read.
You guys call it the depository?
Okay, have a second.
Second, Steve.
Second by Steve.
Question?
Question by Lisa. All in favor?
And also 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lisa, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 0.
I'm voting.
0.
Okay. You just come tomorrow.
Who has that wage scale paper?